Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a good morning, a morning where our months of discussions, planning and coordination have finally come to life. We at the National Productivity Secretariat Sri Lanka have been working so hard for this day. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all to the Technical Expert Services Program for Empowering National Productivity Awards Judging Panel, which is proudly organized by the National Productivity Secretariat Sri Lanka in collaboration with the Asian Productivity Organization. This program is a key milestone of a national mission of 3 years. And we are currently at the preparatory stage, laying foundation for an objective evaluation of the National Productivity Awards. The training you are about to receive will empower you to serve as a better judge panel member with clarity, consistency, and excellence. Well, our dear foreign resource persons, in Sri Lanka, we have a special tradition to mark the beginning of a special occasion. That is by lighting the oil lamp, the traditional oil lamp. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our distinguished guests to light the traditional oil lamp to symbolize wisdom and prosperity. Representing the Secretary to the Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, I would like to invite Mr. Susantha Jayatilaka, the Additional Secretary to the Ministry, Mr. DPN Vijayasiri, the Director General Engineering, Madam Mangala Gunaratne, Director General Planning, and the Director, National Productivity Secretariat, Mr. Niranja Jaikodi, our resource persons, Dr. Robin Mann, Dr. Atif Beg, and Dr. Almaz, and also representing our steering committee, Mr. Anton Edima, and Mr. Asanga Deshapriya, the Director General of Merchant Shipping Secretariat, and also representing the Clean Sri Lanka Secretariat, I would like to invite Mr. Janaka Bandar Herath, and also the Additional Director of the National Productivity Secretariat, Ms. Kumudu Karunathunga, and also the Deputy Directors of NPAs, Ms. Lasita Devage, Ms. Pranidhi Popagamage, and Assistant Director of NPAs, Ms. Umali Priyadarshinin, and also 2 of our participants who are participating today as the judge panel.
Sustainable progress. It was on this foundation that a new vision emerged, a vision of resilience, renewal, and shared prosperity. This vision gave birth to the Asian Productivity Organization, APO, since 1961. Sri Lanka, the pearl of the Indian Ocean, has long seen local productivity guided by the National Productivity Secretariat, NPS, a proud partner of the Asian Productivity Organization, APO, since 1966. The NPS has steadily evolved with the country's changing socio-economic landscape, supporting SMEs and driving national productivity. With a vision and mission centered on socio-economic development and constant productivity, the NPS has remained committed to its core roles, developing human capital and organizational excellence through training and consultancy, enhancing capacity building in collaboration and certifying productive entities, and conducting sector-specific programs. Led by the National Productivity Secretariat, the National Productivity Awards empower organizations to turn knowledge into impact. Since 1993, through key milestones like the Productivity Era, the 2010 Ministry of Productivity Promotion launch, and the 2018 International Standards Alignment, the focus has remained on driving growth and making today's productivity the key to tomorrow's sustainability. The Clean Sri Lanka National Project is driving ethical, sustainable, and disciplined progress across the public, manufacturing and service, and education sectors. Partnering in this mission, the National Productivity Secretariat, under the Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, launches the National Productivity Awards 2025-26. To celebrate excellence while championing sustainability, civic responsibility, and cleaner, stronger communities. The NPA, alongside the Clean Sri Lanka initiative, under the three classifications include school sector, manufacturing and services sector, and public sector. True productivity comes from growth in every dimension: personal, organizational, and environmental. The National Productivity Secretariat is proud to celebrate a thriving nation through productivity for the year ahead. Let us move forward together toward a future shaped by purposeful and sustainable productivity. Welcome to the National Productivity Awards 2025-26.
Thank you very much for watching our launching video for the National Productivity Awards 2025-26. Next in agenda is welcome remarks. To officially welcome you all, now I invite Mr. Niranja Jayakodi, the Director, National Productivity Secretariat, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Ayubowan, Wanakam, Assalamu alaikum. Additional Secretary to the Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, Mr. Susantha Jayadilaka, Director General of the Planning, Madam Mangala Gunratna, and Director General of the Director Engineering, Mrs. Vijay Siri, and all the dignitaries from Ministry and Clean Sri Lanka Movement, and especially our judge panel resource person from New Zealand and India, Dr. Robin, Dr. Mirsai, and Dr. Alma. Good morning, distinguished guests, respective trainers, and esteemed members of the National Productivity Award Judge Panel. On behalf of the National Productivity Secretariat, it gave me a great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this important training program on Business Excellence SSS training and Benchmark for Excellence Certification training, held here at the Golf Ash Hotel, Colombo. We are especially honored to have with us today three eminent international experts from the Center for Organizational Excellence Research in New Zealand, Dr. Robin Mann, Director, Dr. Misra Atif Baig, Senior Consultant, and Dr. Almas Patel, Senior Research and Consultant. Your presence here is an immense privilege, and we deeply appreciate your commitment, sir, to strengthening our national efforts to promote productivity and excellence. I warmly welcome to the Sri Lanka. Hope you have a wonderful stay in here, coming days. I'm also warmly welcome Mr. Tanveer Faisal, APO Program Coordinator, who is joining us virtually for this event from Tokyo, Japan. We are grateful for all the assistance and the support extended by him to make this program a successful. And also, I would like to welcome representing our Madam Secretary, Madam Tilaka Jayasundara, Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, representing her, our Additional Secretary, Mr. Susantha Jayatilaka, and all the other officers from the ministry who came here and graced the occasion with our esteemed judge panels and also the resource person. You are warmly welcome to make this event beautiful. And also welcome all the invitees who are engaging with our National Productivity Award journey, who have some experience from all the way to since 2003, and also newly selected judge panel who working with us from last few months. All our judge panels who come in here all the way from the all over the country. We are warmly welcome to this event, and also we will have a great experience from this 4 days with our extreme resource person. And also I am only welcome our steering committee members who are engaging with since last year to make our criteria polish and also the criteria make and revise. All the steering committee members, including Mr. Edima, a senior consultant in productivity in Sri Lanka, and Asang Deshapriya, a Director General of the Director General from our representing our steering committee, and also all the other members from the steering committee to make this event success. And also I warmly welcome from Clean Sri Lanka Movement, our Assistant Director, and also from the National Productivity Secretariat team, including our Deputy Director Sugandhi and her team, and all the other members of the National Productivity Secretariat. This program is designed to enhance the expertise of our judging panel, equipping you with advanced global standards and best practice to ensure a fair, transparent, and world-class evaluation process for National Productivity Awards. By embracing these global insights, we move closer to our vision of driving excellence and competitiveness in Sri Lanka institution and organization. Over the next few days, you will engage in insightful learning, knowledge sharing, and skill building that will undoubtedly add immense value of your role as an assessor. We believe this initiative will further strengthen the credibility and integrity of our award process, setting benchmarks that inspire organizations across the nation. As we begin, let me once again extend a warm welcome to all participants and resource persons. May this training be an enriching the experience that empower us to take Sri Lanka's productivity movement to even greater heights. And also, this is a vote of thanks. I'm much grateful to our NPA team, including Deputy Director Tilini and all the other staff members, my team, to make this organization very smoothly and very organizingly, neatly to make this event wonderfully a success coming 2 days. So thank you once again. I wish the all successful training ahead and share your thoughts and experience with our esteemed technical experts and your experience and get the best out of this test program coming days. Thank you very much and have a productive day ahead. Thank you.
We all now know that Sri Lanka, or the National Productivity Secretariat, is one of the 21 members of the Asian Productivity Organization. Next, we will play an introductory video of the Asian Productivity Organization, followed by the remarks by the APO, which will be delivered by Mr. Tanveer Faisal, Program Officer of the Asian Productivity Organization Secretariat.
We are living in a time of constant change. In an uncertain and changing world, Asia must prepare to meet the productivity challenges of the future. The Asian Productivity Organization is here to help. With 21 member economies, we are a think tank, catalyst, regional advisor, institution builder, and clearinghouse for productivity information. In the coming decades, cultivating a culture of technological innovation will be key for economic growth and productivity in Asia. Adopting new technology can improve the efficiency of manufacturing, transportation, trade, agriculture, and labour. We give our members the information they need to take on new tools and policies. We encourage nations to share information because we are better when we work together. With the right tools and information, countries in the Asia-Pacific can not only meet global challenges, but lead the global economy. The APO will continue to lead with strategic and inclusive initiatives that are aligned with the UN SDGs. Building a more proactive, productive future for Asia. The APO, pushing the frontiers of productivity.
Honorable Additional Secretary, Mr. Sushanta, Ministry of Industry, Entrepreneurship Development, colleagues at the National Productivity Secretariat, our esteemed experts, and dear participants, Ayuban Vanakkam, good morning. On behalf of the Asian Productivity Organization, APO, I am honored to join you at the inauguration session of this Technical Expert Services program for empowering the judging panel of Sri Lanka's National Productivity Awards. Let me first express our sincere appreciation to the National Productivity Secretariat for co-organizing this event with APO and for their tireless efforts in preparing for its success. We are also privileged to have two distinguished experts guiding this journey, Dr. Robin Mann, a global authority on benchmarking and business excellence, and Dr. Mirza Atif Beg, an experienced practitioner and trainer in organizational performance improvement. We also appreciate the contribution of Dr. Almas, a senior researcher and consultant at the Center for Organizational Excellence Research. Productivity awards play a vital role in motivating organizations to adopt best practices and strive for excellence. For these awards to be impactful, it is essential that judges and assessors are equipped with the right tools, methodologies, and ethical principles to ensure fair, transparent, and credible evaluations. This program will build those capabilities by introducing participants to international frameworks such as benchmarking methodologies and business excellence models. Through practical exercises and case studies, you will strengthen your ability to review applications, conduct assessments, and deliver constructive feedback that can grow organizations. The APO strongly believes that developing capable institutions and professionals is key to advancing productivity in member economies. By investing in the capacity of the judging panel, we are not only enhancing the credibility of the National Productivity Awards, but also contributing to Sri Lanka's broader journey toward competitiveness and sustainable development. We would like to encourage all the participants to engage actively, share insights, and make most of this opportunity Together, let us ensure that the awards process truly inspires a culture of excellence in Sri Lanka. Thank you. Bahumastoti Nandri.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal, not only for your representation here today, but also for your wonderful support and coordination extended throughout. Well, and next in agenda is introducing our resource persons. And as one of the key personals organizing this workshop from NPA side, it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed resource persons, 3 globally recognized experts in the field of business excellence, benchmarking, and organizational capability development. First, we have Dr. Robin Mann. Dr. Robin Mann is the head of the Center for Organizational Excellence Research in New Zealand. He is a pioneering figure in the global benchmarking community, serving as the chairman of the Global Benchmarking Network and a board member of the New Zealand Business Excellence Foundation. He is also the co-founder of BPIR.com, a leading best practice resource, and the visionary behind the International Best Practice Competition and the Trade Benchmarking Methodology. Dr. Mann has facilitated over 50 benchmarking projects for the Dubai government and supported hundreds more worldwide. With a PhD in Total College Management from Liverpool University, he has published over 50 peer-reviewed journal papers and advised governments and organizations across the globe on business excellence and productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Robin Mann. Next, we welcome Dr. Atif Baig. Dr. Atif Baig is a senior consultant at the Center for Organizational Excellence Research in New Zealand and a former senior banker with over 15 years of leadership experience across Asia and Africa. His expertise spans retail banking, performance excellence, and strategic transformation. He has led large-scale portfolios and initiatives for top-tier financial institutions and now focuses on consulting in business excellence and organizations capability. Dr. Baig is the architect of the Organizational Excellence Architecture, OEA, a practical framework developed through global research involving 50 organizations across 17 countries. He holds a PhD in Business Excellence from Massey University, New Zealand, and an MBA from Warwick Business School, the United Kingdom. His work blends hands-on leadership with evidence-based consulting to drive sustainable excellence. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Atif Baig. Finally, we have Dr. Almas Tazain. Dr. Tazain is a senior researcher and consultant at Center for Organizational Excellence Research in New Zealand and an assessor and a jury member for the International Best Practice Competition. She has contributed extensively to BPIR.com and led best practice research for international benchmarking projects, including the Dubai government's executive program. With a background in healthcare leadership, having served as CEO of a maternity and children's hospital and head of operations in various Indian healthcare organizations, Dr. Tazain brings deep operational insight. She holds a BHMS medical degree and a postgraduate diploma in hospital and healthcare management, and she is also certified in Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. Together, please join me in welcoming Dr. Almas Tazain. Yes. Together, these 3 experts bring a wealth of global experience, practical frameworks, and strategic insights. Their combined expertise will be instrumental in enriching our training workshop and empowering us with knowledge and best practices. With that, now we move to the resource persons and participants to the main workshop. It is with great pleasure that I now invite Dr. Robin Mann to officially begin the workshop. Dr. Robin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's wonderful to be here in Sri Lanka. It's my first time in Sri Lanka, and we arrived yesterday, and my impressions so far are absolutely fabulous. So I've been for a swim in the pool here in the hotel, so that's been my highlight so far, but I'm sure I'll have more highlights to come. I wish to thank firstly Niranjan Talani for the invitation to be here today and to bring my team. I think we're going to have a fabulous experience this week in learning about business excellence and benchmarking. And the more we can interact, the better this whole program will be. So the idea is that we work and you work to make this a very fruitful event. What I'm going to do now is pass over to Dr. Almas to say a few words, and then I'll come back to you in a second. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robin. So on behalf of the Center for Organizational Excellence Research, we welcome all of you to the Business Excellence Assessors Training course. I'm sure it will be a power-packed, fun-filled 4-day event. So we have lots of workshops during the entire course, and brownie points to you if you can actually identify who's who among these two able gentlemen. So about CORE, I'll just mention a brief about what we do exactly. So we are the founder of the CORE, is Center for Organizational Excellence Research, and we'll be addressing it as CORE from now on. So we are the founder of the Trade Best Practice Benchmarking Methodology and its benchmarking certification program. So as a participant of this workshop, you will be gaining access, 1 month complimentary access to the best practice improvement resource, which is a gold mine of best practices. You can just go on that website and use it during the trade benchmarking training program, which is the last 2 days. We are also the founders of the Best Practice Improvement Resource, which is a best practice resource of thousands of best practices. We are the founder of the International Best Practice Competition. We just finished the 11th cycle just before we were boarding the plane for Sri Lanka. So it was the 11th cycle, and we had 110 best practice entries from around the world. We are the advisor to national business excellence and benchmarking programs like Australia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, UAE. And we also serve as an expert for business excellence for the Asian Productivity Organization across 19 Asian countries. We have facilitated 50 plus benchmarking projects in partnership with the Dubai Government Excellence Program, with all the projects published in a series of case study projects and books. We work with universities overseeing PhD research in business excellence and benchmarking. We also had the chairmanship of the Global Benchmarking Network for over 20 years. A very big thank you to all our partners, bpr.com, based on which we have designed a lot of exercises for our workshops. The European Foundation for Quality Management, which are our partners and which have endorsed the trade benchmarking methodology as a formal methodology, as a very important tool to achieve business excellence. We also thank National Institute of Standards and Technology, United States. And we would like to thank Mr. Paul Grizel from the Core Values Partners, who is the chief examiner at the Malcolm Baldrige Quality Awards Assessment from the team of assessors. So course overview, what are the objectives of these workshops? The first one is empowering assessors, that's all of you, to undertake an objective business excellence assessment. It will help you embed the ethical principles of business excellence assessment into the mindset and practices of assessors. It will improve the teamwork, communication skills, and feedback reports of assessors. So these workshops will help you build a foundation, very strong foundation, to conduct a business excellence assessment. The training is designed to support the integrity of Sri Lanka's national productivity award categories and context, while strengthening the assessment approach. It will provide you with the business excellence assessment competencies, and this training will enhance the objectivity, discipline, and transparency throughout the award process. So it will be a 2-day workshop. The business excellence assessors training will be the first 2 days. So we'll cover what is business excellence in general, how is the context of business excellence related to Sri Lanka's National Productivity Award, the roles and responsibility of assessors, and how to conduct an independent review. The second day, that is tomorrow, will be training on how to conduct consensus meetings and conduct site visits, and how to write a feedback report. So this is just general idea for these 2 days. So we'll move on to session 2, where Dr. Robin will be introducing us to business excellence and its importance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Almas. We were just getting a little bit confused at this when we were here in the front table, because lots of reverberation with the noise. The noise is not clear for us, but I could check that the noise, I think, is clear for all of you. So if you do have any problems hearing what we say, then please notify us. So as Dr. Almas says, this is going to be a very special 4 days. We're going to learn a lot more about business excellence and how to apply it more effectively when you do your NPS assessments. Please do bear in mind that what we're explaining to you is the assessment approach used through the Baldrige Business Excellence Programme in the United States, which is really the foundational programme for excellence. The programme that you're involved with for the NPS is a little bit different. It's more tailored to Sri Lanka's needs. But I think what you'll get from us, through learning about the Baldrige programme, is some tips and ways that you can enhance your own assessments and make them more robust and make them more effective for you as assessors and also for the organisations which are being assessed. And if you have any questions when we're presenting the information, do put up your hand. We welcome as much feedback as we can get, and we'll respond to your questions as we proceed. So what I want to do firstly, when we start this day 1, is get a common understanding of what is business excellence. So that's the main intention of the next hour, is to make sure we've got a common understanding of what is business excellence and why it is important to you as individuals, to organisations, and to Sri Lanka as a whole. It's not that hard to understand in reality, but once you understand it, it helps you as an assessor, and it helps you to understand your role in your own organisation and how that fits in to your own organisation's success. The key thing to remember here is that why business excellence is important is because it's there to drive results. There's no point in being an excellent organisation if your customers are not happy. It's not one and the same. So we want excellent results for your customers, excellent results for your employees, which means as an employee of an organisation, you're a happy employee, you're engaged at work, you find this as the work you're doing is contributing in some way to the organisation's success, and you feel valued as an individual. Also, you want your suppliers of the organisation to be happy, the relationship between the organisation is clear, and there's good results in terms of how you're relating to your suppliers, not only just your customers, but also your partners. So what we're saying here in terms of business excellence, the key aspect of business excellence is strong stakeholder results. And more with the development of organisations and society, we now know the importance of having sustainable results, where whatever we're doing as an organisation is having a positive effect on wider communities and the wider environment and wider societies. So, for instance, we're not polluting the environment, we're also making sure that it's a positive contribution to nature and making sure that in the future our children and their children will have a good world to live in. So this is number one. Excellence is about achieving results for you as individuals, for your organisations, and ultimately for society. Because if a business excellence model is not doing that, it's not business excellence. So in order to achieve these fantastic results for all stakeholders, which surely all of us want and desire, we need to have in place excellence leadership inside our organisations who can govern the organisation appropriately, help to set the vision, communicate the vision to everybody so that everybody is aligned. And that includes this wider vision of engaging the community around the organisation and making a positive societal contribution. So we need excellence leadership. We also need excellent planning. So it's no point having a vision if you don't know how to get there. So you need a clear strategic plan and a clear way to deploy and implement that plan whilst engaging your people on that journey. So all of this should be quite simple to all of you, but this is what excellence is. And it's also about having excellence in information systems, the utilisation of technology to make sure that we're using information appropriately. And now more and more we're using AI as well to make sure that that information is being applied most effectively and in the quickest period of time. So we need to use our information appropriately, and that involves setting performance measures with respect to our strategy and with respect to our vision for our organisation. And then we need excellent processes to drive our organisation forward. Those processes should have been thought through, planned, and delivering success internally inside the organisation, where you have one process interacting with another process, and then ultimately those processes are interacting with your customers and suppliers. Again, all aligned to your vision and what you're striving to achieve. Of course, you need excellence in people. You need people who are inspired to come to work, inspired to deliver value to the organisation, highly motivated, highly ambitious, wanting to be part of an excellent organisation. So this is what we want inside our organisations, but also in our wider communities. And what's the key driver for excellence is delivering customer focus. It doesn't matter whether you're a government organisation or a manufacturing organisation or a service organisation. Your organisations won't exist or will be struggling to exist in the future unless they can be shown to be delivering value to your customers, either in the products or services they provide or in terms of their contribution to the citizens if you're a government organisation. So really, I've just been through and explained what is business excellence. It's about trying to achieve excellence results, but having excellent systems in place to deliver those results. And I don't think any of you would argue that what I've said is not sensible. So from this perspective, I think excellence should be relatively clear to everybody. It's about having good systems in place that deliver really fantastic results for all your stakeholders. And this is what these business excellence frameworks are designed to do. They're designed to articulate what should be done in terms of these business enablers, and also what should be done in terms of how you're monitoring your results and then making sure that they're continually improving over time. So business excellence is excellence in strategies, processes, and stakeholder-related performance results. But you need to validate them through assessments, by proven business excellence frameworks, scientific frameworks. So let's just say that once again. It's excellence in strategies, processes, and stakeholder-related performance results that have been validated by assessments using proven business excellence frameworks. So the NPS framework that you're using is a proven framework. It's been used over many years and it's been developed and refined. But you also see other frameworks, say like the Baldrige framework, from which the NPS framework was based. Again, that's been validated intensively from organisations using that framework from all around the world. Lots of scientific papers on it. So this really is the essence of what excellence is all about. Another definition of business excellence is saying that business excellence is when the core values and concepts of excellence are embedded into an organisation's DNA. So this is saying that not only should there be some validation of what excellence is, that an organisation that truly represents excellence, the culture of excellence should be truly embedded inside the organisation. So you can also almost touch and feel that organisation is thriving on excellence, and every relationship it has with its suppliers or customers is of an excellent quality. Maybe that's something we'll experience when we're at this particular hotel over the next few days, that this hotel exudes excellence. This is what we're talking about with business excellence. So business excellence itself evolved from the total quality management philosophy in the early 1990s. So I don't know how many of you are aware of the total quality management movement, but this really led to the success, particularly in Japan, where we had a quality movement moving from inspection to quality control to quality assurance. What Japan did differently was move to what was called total quality management, which is embedding quality in all of its systems and processes to drive these high-performing stakeholder results. When Japan embraced total quality management and developed this through the work of Deming and Duran, the organisations in Japan moved forward quite aggressively in terms of having an international impact in the manufacturing sector, in the production of cars all around the world. And so we had other countries around the world questioning what was happening in Japan to make them so economically competitive. And so there's great interest in what was TQM in the late 1980s, early 1990s, due to the success of Japan and then Korea, where they're embedding this TQM philosophy inside their organizations. The difficulty was at that time in the late 1980s and early 1990s was that total quality management was not very well articulated. It was not clear from one organisation to the next what exactly TQM consisted of. There was this general philosophy of total quality management about continuous improvement and about excelling at everything that an organisation does. And there was some specific tools and techniques those organisations were using. But still, it was hard to bring all of that together into a coherent approach. And the first time that this was done was with the evolution of the business excellence frameworks. Initially, when the business excellence frameworks were introduced in the late 1980s, so the Baldrige framework was developed in 1988. Well, in fact, it was developed in 1987. The first award was delivered in 1988. The EFQM excellence model, which was used in Europe, the Baldrige Award used in the States, the EFQM excellence model was first awarded in 1992. So when these first models were developed, the Baldrige model and the EFQM excellence model, they encapsulated for the first time what was total quality management. So people generally agreed what it consisted of. Initially, these business excellence models were actually called total quality management models. They were not called excellence models. but they actually changed their name over time to be branded as excellence models to increase the level of penetration, increase the level of interest in organizations in those models themselves. Because in the West, particularly in the United States, in Europe, a lot of organizations had gone through the total quality management path through learning from Japan, but at that time it was not clear exactly what TQM consisted of, so lots of organizations did not implement TQM correctly. So when the models came out, they described TQM more clearly, but they decided later on to rebrand them because TQM in the West had sort of started to get a bad name because some organizations had implemented it incorrectly. So they thought they didn't want that to happen, so they rebranded these TQM models as excellence models. And that's the way it has developed ever since then. So in fact, the business excellence models today are still TQM models, but generally we don't refer them to refer to them as such. So if you look at the core values and principles of total quality management, they're exactly the same as what you'd see inside the Baldrige model and the EFQM excellence models. So the core values and concepts, when I was talking about the culture of an organization which embodies excellence, it's the same as what you'd see in a TQM organization in terms of that initial philosophy as with what you'd see with Baldrige in EFQM. And these core values and concepts are very similar across all these models. As you can see in the diagram here, such things are like visionary leadership, customer-driven excellence, valuing employees and partners, agility, focus on the future. These are all core values of excellence. So today, what you can see in the grey box are the core values and concepts as shown by the latest version of the Baldrige criteria. So this is what we mean when we say that an organization's culture should ultimately espouse these core values and concepts, and everybody inside their organization should also be somebody representing those values. And you should be recruiting people inside your organization who espouse those values. The models themselves, what they're actually doing is actually testing whether those values inside an organization are in place. So this is ideally what you should be doing when you do your NPS assessment or using a Baldrige model or using an EFQM excellence model. Essentially, you're testing whether those values, which we know are associated with world class, we're testing whether those values are in place inside organizations. So when you walk into another organization, you should be saying, does this organization have visionary leadership? You know, can we see a focus on the customers here? Does this organization truly value its people? Have they got opportunities to, learn inside their organization, improve as individuals? Is the organization agile and resilient? Is it an organizational learning organization which is constantly changing and improving based on looking outwards, trying to learn from best practices? Does that organization focus on success and innovation? Does it manage by fact? So many organizations don't manage by fact, they just manage by one person's ideas, which is not necessarily based on credible evidence. So, these are things that are core values and principles. An organization that's an excellent organization recognizes it's not just important for its own organization to survive, it's part of a wider society. And so, is it making that societal contribution so that everybody can benefit, not just its own organization? How ethical is your organization? How transparent is it in terms of its operations? Is it delivering value and results? And does it have this overarching systems perspective where it understands how each part of the organization contributes to its success? So business excellence models, whether it's the NPS approach or whether it's a Baldrige model, they should be testing whether these values and core concepts are inside organisations. And you should think now, is the organisation you're working for, does it espouse those values or not? So the models themselves, like this is the Baldrige model, and you can see there are actually 7 major categories here. The ones that I read out right at the start of my presentation. They're looking at whether leadership's in place, strategy is in place, customers are in place, and how it does it. It looks at information, therefore measurement, analysis, and knowledge management. It looks at your people, your workforce. It looks at your processes, therefore your operations. And it looks at the results your organisation is achieving. But when it's assessing your organisation against these categories, essentially it's seeing whether those core values and concepts are in place. So when you use a Baldrige framework or the EFQM Excellence framework or the NPS framework, they don't directly assess whether the core values and principles are in place. They do it through these categories. It actually provides a more scientific approach to assessing your organisation. These models assess your organisation over a score over 1,000 points. For the Baldrige model, which is a little bit different than your NPS model, a score over 650 points would denote a world-class organisation. With your model, the NPS system, it's slightly different than that. I think lots of your organisation, well, quite a few are scoring over 800 points. This is a difference between your approach and the Baldrige approach. I'm not saying one's worse than the other, but we'll be describing the Baldrige approach through the training. So business excellence models help you to understand your processes, people, and systems that drive business results. So they help you to understand all those elements that we've discussed, with the intention that if you're managing your systems and processes appropriately, that will lead to fantastic results for all your stakeholders. The reason why you're doing these assessments, like for the NPS assessment or the Baldrige assessment, is to assess the maturity of organisations on their excellence journey. Therefore, you're assessing whether they've just started the journey, whether they've reached a mediocre level of development, or whether they've become very mature or very advanced, or whether they've become world class. So the frameworks are useful to find out where an organisation is on its excellence journey. And that information is obviously very important to those organisations because they know where they stand, and then they can consider what do they need to do to improve their maturity even more to become world class. So again, the points allocation that you can see here for world class, for advanced, for mature is how that's described for the EFQM model and the Baldrige model. The levels of maturity are slightly different for the NPS awards. So assessments are very important. Your work is extremely important when you assess an organisation. It's not, the reason you're doing an assessment should not be just to give recognition to organisations. The main reason organisations should want to be assessed is because they get good feedback from you on what are their strengths and areas for improvement. Because you'll be providing an outsider's point of view, an independent point of view of where they stand with respect to the various categories of excellence. And once they receive that feedback from you, it will help them to develop actions and improvement approaches to address those opportunities that you've identified. So really, organisations should want to be assessed because they see this as an essential part of their excellence journey, helping them to improve performance, because that's what they live and breathe. They're interested in excellence. So after your assessments, they should be developing action plans to improve in the future. and then continually monitor their progress. So organisations that are serious about excellence should want to be assessed by people like yourselves, but also they should have their own internal assessment system. They should be using these models all the time. Every year at least, they should be doing an internal assessment against one of the business excellence models, just because they want to improve and get better at what they do. So whilst you're providing sort of a rigorous, independent assessment of their organisation, they should be using other internal tools to assess where they are. So there are a variety of self-assessment tools that are available that can help organisations to identify where they are on the journey and to provide them with ideas on how to improve their performance. And so here on this slide, it's actually showing that there is a variety of tools that they can be used, with the award approach being the most rigorous approach. There are other tools like just providing a questionnaire to organisations around the categories of excellence. So they'll be asked questions about the leadership approach, their strategy approach, the customer focus approach, etc. And it'll give feedback to organisations on where they stand. So once an organisation has been assessed, they should be thinking about how they can improve. And this is why I think the whole area of business excellence is so important for anybody who's new to this area or starting within an organisation. Because once you start to understand business excellence, it helps you understand how a business operates and what potentially it needs to do to improve. So you can see in this diagram here, we're representing business excellence as this overarching concept that looks at everything that's being done inside an organisation. And we can break that down into the categories of excellence, like leadership, strategic planning, customer focus, workforce focus, your people, your operations, and how you manage information. And then you can look inside those categories, and if you're not performing particularly well in those categories, you can then look at what tools and techniques or actions need to be implemented to improve your performance. So for here, it might be difficult for you to see, but you have actually been given copies of all these slides. They were actually sent to you last night by Dr. Atif. So Dr. Atif did send a copy of all the slides to you last night. But what it's essentially saying is examples of tools and techniques you could use to improve your performance in each area. So for leadership, which is not only about the organisation's vision, it's also about social responsibility. If you don't already have a corporate social responsibility programme in place, you should be considering that. You should be making sure you've got a governance approach inside your organisation. You should be making sure you've got a leadership development programme inside your organisation. You should make sure you've got succession planning in place in case your senior leaders lead the organisation. You should be making sure you're using management by walking around so that the leaders are continually communicating the ethos of the organisation. You should be having vision, mission and values clearly communicated inside your organisation. So this diagram really here is showing, what you'd expect to see in an organisation that is aspiring for excellence. So this helps especially junior managers, whoever they are, they might be working in a particular department. It helps them to start to understand how an organisation operates, the types of tools and best practices that should be in place. We know if organisations commit to business excellence and undertake regular assessments and implement improvement actions, we know they will improve. So after your assessments, if those organisations take your feedback seriously and you come back in a year's time, they should have improved their performance. And there's lots of scientific papers which have investigated this and demonstrated that if you improve your business enablers, your systems and processes, as shown in this research, which was done by my centre many, many years ago now, if you improve your business enablers, there's a direct correlation that your results will improve. So why are you not using business excellence if you're not using it already? It's going to work. So seriously, if take one thing from this, if you're not using regular business excellence assessments, not putting in place regular actions for improvements, why not? Because we know it improves your organization. The other way about thinking about business excellence frameworks, which is very, very interesting, is that we can also consider these as productivity frameworks. Because the business excellence frameworks, as I've articulated, I've said it's about trying to achieve fantastic results. To achieve fantastic results, you need fantastic systems. So we're talking about inputs and outputs. So the more you try to improve your inputs through using this validated approach of these frameworks which have been proven over time, the more likely you're going to improve your outputs, which then is the driver of productivity for your organization. So business excellence frameworks guide organizations to make the right interventions based on scientific evidence of businesses and use the right techniques to produce the best outputs relative to inputs. And this is why in countries like in Sri Lanka, you do call this a National Productivity Award. It's not just business excellence, it's a driver of productivity. You'll also see over time how the models have evolved. So they now include all of the UN sustainability development goals. So, because business excellence is not just improving your own organization, it's making sure you provide a wider societal contribution so that together, as many organizations, we improve the macro environment for organizations in our country. So let's just focus here on the importance of business excellence in driving national performance. This is why we're here. This is why the National Productivity Secretariat has this program, is to drive economic and societal improvements within Sri Lanka. So let's have a think about this. So if we have one organization in Sri Lanka using business excellence frameworks to improve performance, that's a success, I guess. That organization will be improving, it'll be contributing to your economy, and maybe it will become internationally known because it's so successful. But we want to do more than that. Ideally, we'd have every school using these frameworks, because we know they work. We'd have every hospital using these frameworks. We'd have the airport using these frameworks. We'd have the police force using these frameworks. We'd have the whole tourism industry using these frameworks. We'd have every organization in Sri Lanka using these frameworks because we know they are a driver of economic and societal benefit. So if all organizations start to use business excellence frameworks, the macro issues facing a country will be addressed, and that you'll see Sri Lanka making great strides forward right across the whole of society and outperforming other countries in Asia and around the world. So again, it's down to you. It's down to nobody else. It's your desire. So this is just knowledge that is known. So it's really up to you whether you want to succeed or not. So we can extrapolate that out and say, if you're successful in Sri Lanka, can we involve the whole of Asia going on this journey? And can we get the whole world following this journey of using excellence frameworks, utilizing best practices and learning from each other to become stronger organizations? So business excellence can build worldwide a healthy, wealthy, safe and sustainable world. So let's consider what it takes to make this happen. To make this happen, you first of all need to have agreement from a body such as NPS that this is the way to go, that we want to encourage organisations in our country to use a business excellence approach. So Sri Lanka has a big plus there, or a big tick mark there, because already the NPS is fully committed to excellence, and this is why you have the awards competition that you have in which you're participating. So that's number one. You need a sponsor of business excellence. And then you need to agree on a framework to use. So once you've said, yes, this is something we want to do as a country, you need to agree on the framework with which you wish to use. So the NPS framework is aligned to the Baldrige framework. I think in the future it's going to become even more aligned to the framework. But at the moment you've got solid foundations in place. You've got a framework, and you've got an approach, and you've got a sponsoring organisation for excellence who sees the value in this for all organisations across the schools, across the government, and across the manufacturing and service industry. So well done to the NPS. Okay. The second part is deployment of that framework and the overall understanding of excellence. And there are three elements to that. One is creating awareness of what excellence is, so that everybody understands it and can speak the language of excellence. Secondly, they need to provide a pathway on how you achieve excellence, providing forums, conferences, tools and techniques that organisations can use to improve their performance. And thirdly, they must be able to recognise those outstanding organisations who've been assessed against these frameworks and that have become exemplar organisations, because those exemplar organisations will encourage more organisations to follow that path. So these are all the considerations that need to be taken into account by the NPS and the wider government of Sri Lanka if you want this to be successful and make a huge groundswell difference across the whole of the economy in Sri Lanka. Because we know if you do this, there will be a significant improvement in the management practices and performance of organisations. The various studies have been done on this, and this one you could say might be exaggerating the outcomes, but it's a very serious economical study of the benefits of the Baldrige programme, done quite a long time ago now, but they were saying $1 invested in the programme by the government produced a return of $800 to sort of society as a whole. But there's been a huge amount of scientific research on this, maybe not espousing the benefits as much as that, but certainly this would be, if you're not considering this as a country, then I think you would be losing out. At the moment, worldwide, there are 72 countries actively promoting business excellence using these types of frameworks. 39 of them operate formal awards programs similar to yourself, while the other 33 support excellence through various initiatives but don't necessarily run an annual awards program. So whilst we have NPS as a business excellence custodian or a productivity custodian, there are 72 other countries or 71 other countries around the world with a similar focus on excellence and productivity. We've done a lot of research on this at my centre. What we found from our research is the following, is that a lot of these countries, which I say we can applaud their efforts in trying to bring attention to excellence inside their countries, but a lot of these countries spend too much time debating the relevance of their model, whether it's got the best design, and they spend too much time recognising outstanding organisations, and not enough time providing the pathway where we create awareness of business excellence so that the majority of organisations understand it, and then providing simple tools and techniques and approaches to encourage best practice sharing and improvement across the wider spectrum of organisations. Because if you focus too much on recognising outstanding organisations, then it's just like anything. You know that there can only be a few winners of an award. And so, yes, that's great for them, but really the bigger picture is trying to get the mass majority of organisations inside the country on that journey. So it is a very good thing to do. I'm not criticising that, but I'm just saying in some countries they put too much weight on that in comparison to that roadmap of helping organisations on the journey to improvement, looking at all industrial sectors, looking at SMEs, looking at the government sector as well as the private sector. So really, and looking across the whole country, the different regions of a country. In some countries, they have a very successful programme in the capital, but not in the provinces. So really, if you want to be successful as Sri Lanka and NPS, you need to think about how can we develop a strategy that addresses all of this. So it can involve as many organisations as possible and excite them about the excellence journey, and that it will provide to their own organisation's success, but also help the whole country to succeed. So this is a question I think you can just think about in your heads. Does your country have a strategy for administrating a business excellence awards programme? Or does your country have a true strategy to raise the business excellence of all organisations in your country? Because obviously, ultimately, we want the second strategy to happen. The country which was the leader in this, I would say not anymore, the country which was the leader of having a true strategy that encompassed all the organisations was Singapore. So Singapore truly understood business excellence at a high level across the government, across the private sector. Even if you took a taxi from the airport in Singapore, a taxi driver would talk about business excellence. I actually had that experience in the past. When they have their Business Excellence Awards, their main newspaper, the Singapore Straits, virtually every single page was on the award because it's of such interest to the whole country. And you see Singapore every year raise its performance across all different international metrics. So that Singapore now is number 1 or number 2 in so many international measures, whether it's to do with digital governance, whether it's to do with education of schools, whether it's to do with the security of society. And there's no secret to that. It's been the focus of excellence and the focus of benchmarking. But through changing government in recent years, that focus has left to some degree. It's not as strong as it once was. The country which is number 1 now in focus in excellence, everything that it does, is the United Arab Emirates. Right from the top, they have visionary leaders. We want to be the best at everything we do. We want to be number 1 in the world for everything. If a government organisation is not improving its point score every year as assessed against these frameworks, the CEO will be changed. There's no question about that. That's how they evaluate every government organisation. If your points are not improving with respect to the business excellence criteria, sorry, you're gone. So it's no sort of close pals sort of network anymore, which it would have used to be in that society. It's not who knows who. It's just bringing in objectivity, evidence, facts, and they make sure that when they do their business excellence assessments, they actually don't use any assessors from inside their country. So there could be no bias as well. So they invest heavily in this and getting international assessors inside their country. I don't think that's relevant for you at the moment. You're still early days. So I think the pathway you're following is correct, but that could be something that you would think of in the longer term. So if you went back 20 years ago and looked at where you can see the picture of Dubai now. If you looked at 20 years ago, I've probably got another slide set. All you'd see there is a desert. You would see no buildings at all. The transformation has been incredible because of this focus on excellence for the government sector and the private sector. The government sector leading because the suppliers to the government sector are often private organisations, so it drives them as well. And ultimately, they've embraced this. They understand it. Every government organisation in the United Arab Emirates would have a business excellence department. They'd have a benchmarking department. This is central to them. So I think it's up to you what we'd like to do now. We can have a break now. And then after the break, we'll come back and I'll play you the video from Dr. Hazza Khalfan Al-Nimi, who's a Coordinator General of the Dubai Government Excellence Programme. So he can talk to you about the Dubai Government Excellence Programme. So I think we'll have a 15-20 minute break now and then come back to listen to the presentation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to resume the session. So if I can have your attention, please, that would be fantastic. So remember from the previous session, we're talking really about the possibilities for the National Productivity Secretariat and for the whole of the government to get more behind business excellence, to raise the prosperity of the organisations here and make a more meaningful contribution to society. So already great steps have been made with respect to the awards programme, but perhaps Sri Lanka can learn from some other countries which have already made great advancements. So I will, in a minute, once we get the IT guy here, we'll play a video of the approach that's been adopted in Dubai. Okay, I think we're ready to begin with a video from the Dubai United Arab Emirates. Please do listen carefully, because there's some great sound bites in his presentation from Dr. Hazza Al-Nimi.
So before we start, I would like to take this opportunity today to give you some details and insight about what the UAE and Dubai in specific has done in the past 23 years since the establishment of Dubai Government Excellence Program in 1997. So the journey starts from here. So whoever haven't been in Dubai yet, as you can see, this picture, which is not very far from now, this picture was taken in the late 80s, specifically in 1987. It's about 30 years from now. And this is the same road now. Dubai, in a very short time frame, has really transformed into a global hub for trade, travel, and businesses, and has been one of the world's fastest growing cities over the past 2 decades. Dubai, where it stands today, it's due to the wise and far-sighted vision for His Highness Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum, the founder of Dubai, and his son, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the UAE Vice President, Prime Minister, and the ruler of Dubai. Their effort really has positioned Dubai on the global map as a regional and international leader. Before I share with you about Dubai Government Excellence Program, let me take you through Dubai Excellence Map, where the journey started. The excellence journey started in 1994, where the government established Dubai Quality Award for really enhancing excellence for the private sector, which actually followed in 1997 with the establishment of Dubai Government Excellence Program, which I will really thoroughly talk about in the coming slides. These two initiatives could be considered as the cornerstone for the public and private sector development and improvement and was really followed with establishment with the many initiatives, institutions, program. All these have contributed to the development of Dubai and where it stands today. This is include, as you can see, Dubai e-government back in 2000, the Executive Council of Dubai government, where the Dubai Government Excellence Program belong, and Mohammed bin Rashid Leadership Program, and followed by the launch of the first strategic plan for Dubai in 2017, which is called Dubai Plan 2015, and many other initiatives across the year, as you can see, which is really started with the start, in the past 25 years. So it comes as a surprise for everyone in the government when our government leader, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, directed to establish the excellence program in Dubai government to be the first excellence program in the region and one of the first excellence program in the world. DGEP mandated focuses on three main areas, as you can see, sets standard and incentivize excellence in government, and this is done through develop a regular update on the framework, criteria, assessment methodology, and providing feedback report on the area of strength and improvement and best practices to the government entities around the world. The second is to act as global knowledge hub, a global and innovation knowledge hub, through facilitating knowledge sharing within Dubai and within our international partner, and build a network of experts in government excellence. And accordingly, advise Dubai leadership on government excellence through developing and sharing findings and reports on government excellence in specific and government performance in general in Dubai. As mentioned, DGEP is a pioneer excellence program aimed to enhance Dubai government excellence performance and surfaces to a leading position globally. It's a program that's very close to our leader, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, and he has highlighted the role and the impact of DGEP in the transformation of government entities' performance and services in his book, My Vision. And one of his quotes, he has actually quoted DGEP in many areas in his book. One of his quotes, he said, "This program is the force behind improvement of the public sector. It's propagate the spirit of competition not known by the government sector before. All managers, officials, and employees seek to compete to provide the best and win one of the awards." I believe that the main trigger of the government, for the government entities to embark on these initiatives of DGP or any other project in Dubai is the personal commitment, actually, of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid to this program, and his belief that excellence is the main driver to enhance organizational performance, not only for the government sector, but any organization around the world. Not only did he launch and introduce a new concept for government performance and excellence, he actually personally follows that to the end. As you can see from this picture, this we're taking recently during the pandemic, which is show his commitment and support to any initiatives in Dubai. There are many examples to introducing a new concept in the government sector by His Highness, one of which is the smart transformation, where the government entities has to transform all their services into a digital services within 2 years time frame. So he didn't just launch the initiatives, he gave a deadline and follow up on that. On the 22nd May 2013, he announced, and on the 22nd May 2015, he followed up. And you can see that on his Twitter account. If we talk about the deployment of DGP and how do we start with planning, governance, engaging with the stakeholder to ensure really successful implementation of our objective as DGP. As you can see, the deployment of Dubai Government Excellence Program is achieved through these key stages. First, we set the aim and the objective for government excellence performance as per the government priorities, which are decided according to our leadership direction and latest trend in excellence and innovation, and what we have decided as an area of improvement from the previous assessment cycle. So we build on our previous learning from the assessment cycle. One of the main contributor as well in setting the aim and objective is to take the government entities' feedback into consideration. We always listen to the government and address their challenges. Based on that, we design and develop the awards model, categories, and the criteria for each category. In addition to introduce new initiatives, program, project that will really enhance the public sector performance and build the human capital capabilities within the government entities. The next stage is that the program conducts several activities in spreading the awareness of the model and criteria and the way of adapting the best practices. At this stage, other activities targeting, upskilling and enhancing the capacity of the government employees in the field of excellence and innovation, as well as the best practices implementation in the public sector. This includes really several training activities using different learning methodologies, including electronic and smart learning, and we're going to talk about this methodologies, benchmarking, where we really cooperate with Dr. Robin as well. We're going to talk about this, and we are going to talk about these initiatives in the following slide. Then we measure the government performance, which is really a vital step, carried out, of course, through conducting our assessment cycle and also through conducting customer and employees happiness studies on a yearly basis. Then rewarding and really recognition or positive motivation, which is Dubai's way in stimulating government performance, where all government entities, employees, initiatives, and achievement are recognized through a prestigious award ceremony is conducted under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And finally, we have to learn from our experience and also share the knowledge with the government entities from this really full cycle. There are certain expectations from our leaders in Dubai toward the government entities. The vision of our leader is very ambitious, but very simple at the first time. They want Dubai and the UAE to be number one in all fields. So the expectation from the program, from DGP, is very high as well. It's to achieve, and it's achieving the program vision, which is enhance the performance of government entities to become global leader in their field of work. So we want Dubai Police, for example, to be the best police force in the world. We want Dubai Municipality to be the best municipality in the world, and so on. The ultimate goal, of course, is to improve the happiness of the people and the society in Dubai and the UAE. So our model is actually built on achieving best practices and to be a global leader.
So I think you can see how impressive the work has been in Dubai and how serious that they take it and how serious the role of business excellence plays on that journey to becoming number one around the world. Right from the very top of the country, the Prime Minister is right behind this, and then they have this program supporting this ambition. They didn't start from a strong place either, 20, 30 years ago. So the opportunity is yours. It's all down to your ambition, your government's ambition. Bringing all that knowledge together, motivating each other, demanding more, having a strong pathway provided by the National Productivity Secretariat, and then you can see a really fast transition or transformation of Sri Lanka if you really believe in excellence and you start to embed the excellence principles through every organisation in Sri Lanka. So with that said, I think he mentioned that my organisation, Centre for Organisational Excellence Research, we do a lot of work in Dubai also helping them on the journey, particularly in the area of best practice sharing. So you'll hear a lot about the assistance we provide Dubai in our 2-day training program on benchmarking. Because what they do understand is that to become excellent across all those categories, whether it's people, whether it's customer focus, whether it's providing digital government, whatever it may be, to become excellent, you also need to be learning from best practices and implementing best practices and generating new best practices so that you become the benchmark around the world that other countries wish to learn from. So in fact, what you see here in this slide is the Dubai's government excellence model. This helps them to assess their government entities where they are on a journey to excellence. And then they use benchmarking to learn from best practices and make sure they're embedded inside each category of excellence and inside each organisation. Just incidentally, my team has assisted Dubai with over 50 benchmarking projects across all different Dubai government entities since 2015. And these projects could be on anything that's important to the government entity. So it could be trying to make an entity become the happiest workplace in the world. It could be trying to make a government entity become more innovative. It could be assisting Dubai airports to become more safe in terms of how it handles baggage inside the airport. It could be trying to make Dubai become the safest place to have a heart attack. If you look at different countries around the world, for instance, like Seattle, or cities around the world like Seattle or Copenhagen, then the survival rate from a heart attack outside of a hospital is about 75%. In most Western countries, it's about 10%. So they'll have projects like this where they say, we want to learn from the best around the world. How did they do that? And then they put in place those best practices so that over time they become excellent and become number one in the world. So business excellence frameworks help to identify the maturity of all organizations, and then benchmarking can be used to find and implement best practices to take you on the journey to excellence and achieve excellence. What I'd like to do now is move on to session 4, because all that session there that we just previously were focused on was really looking at the importance of excellence and why you should be doing this. This next session is just going to focus a little bit on Sri Lanka's National Productivity Award and then look at what training we're going to be specifically focusing on over the next 2 days to help you to improve the robustness of your National Productivity Award. So your National Productivity Award is similar to the other international awards. It assesses organisations out of 1,000 points. We can see that dependent on the sector you're focusing on, then the allocation of those points differs from category to category, and in some of those sectors there would actually be less categories as well than in other sectors. But you have a system in place to evaluate each of those sectors using this tailored approach for those specific sectors, but they're all scoring those sectors against those 1,000 points. And for each of those, a number of points are allocated to results, and other points are allocated to the business enablers, the systems and processes. So for instance, for the schools sector, there's 200 points allocated to results. For the manufacturing and service sector, there's 400 points allocated to results. And for the public sector, there's 350 points allocated to results. If we look at the Baldrige programme, the way that that's changed over time is that they've allocated more points to results over time. So now for the Baldridge programme, there's 550 of points allocated to results. No, sorry, 450 points allocated to results. And then you have 550 points allocated to the business enablers. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. I'm just saying that both systems have a similar approach where you're allocating points for business enablers, you're allocating points for business results. Actually, if you did involve a university, you could do a lot of research, scientific research to maybe look at this allocation in a little bit more detail and its appropriateness for each particular category. A lot of interesting research can be done about that. But the general principle is correct, is that you should be allocating quite a lot of points to business enablers and quite a lot of points, roughly about 30, 40, 50% to business results. And you can compare the Baldridge against other aspects of the National Productivity Award. As I said, both are using 1,000 points. The Baldridge Award has 7 categories. For your National Productivity Award, it depends on the sector, how many categories you have. Interestingly, for the Baldridge Award, they do have slightly different criteria for different sectors. So they do provide a criteria document for business, non-profit, government, and another criteria for education, and another criteria for health. But essentially, the point system does not change between one sector and another. What they do change with Baldridge is just the terminology, so that when you read the application criteria, then it becomes more user-friendly to the people from a specific sector because it uses similar terms. So if you're looking at, for instance, the education sector, and it's talking about customers, then in that case, you'd be thinking about customers being, the pupils, the school children. So change terminologies so that to help people understand how the criteria can be used for that specific sector. So that might be something that might be considered for the future, is using a similar points system for each sector. The reason why that could be important to use for the future, because then it encourages benchmarking between the sectors. And if you really want to improve the nation, there should be lots of benchmarking, not just within a sector, but across sectors. And that's more easier to do if you've got a common framework and a common scoring system. For both awards, you do have assessment teams. So again, similarity, you have a judging process. There's quite a lot of similarity between that. I think where you do particularly well with your awards program in Sri Lanka is the number of organisations that you get involved. So this is actually a highlight. If you benchmark for anywhere in the world, to be honest, in terms of the number of organisations you get participating in your awards program. So, Naranja, how many organisations do you have? It's maybe is about 2,000 each year, or? Yeah. So that's incredible, the number of organisations, over 2,000 organisations you get to be assessed through a programme like this. I really applaud your work here. But that could affect the robustness of your approach, because you have to manage so many applications. So there might be a trade-off between the robustness of the approach for assessment with the number of organisations you allow into the programme. But I think for the situation which you're in at the moment, where I think generally the maturity of organisations in Sri Lanka would be less than, for instance, in the United States, I think your approach is extremely valid. I think it's important to get more organisations in because it helps to improve their understanding and awareness, and also you have many assessors as well, and they become trained and they can take that knowledge back to their own organisations. But I think in the future, we should look at maybe slightly making some adjustments, so over time the process becomes more and more robust, so it aligns with the international benchmarks, because you want Sri Lankan organisations to compare their level of excellence against other organisations around the world. And ultimately, you want other organisations to be learning from Sri Lankan organisations. You want Sri Lanka to be the best. So this table you will have in your notes, and you can look at it in detail, so it does some comparisons between the two. What I'm highlighting with the check marks, the tick marks here, are the areas in which we're going to focus on in the training that we've been asked to help you to not change your overall approach to how you do assessments, just strengthen them. So in these three areas where I place a tick, this is where we're going to try and strengthen your approach for the training that we provide over the next 2 days. So when I look at your assessment approach in Sri Lanka, then much of it is, to me, seems like an audit type of approach where you're checking whether something is there or not. So it's like a compliance approach. Do they have this or do they not? When you're looking at the Baldridge approach or the EFQM approach, they do not use a checklist approach like that or a compliance mechanism like that. I think it's appropriate because of the level of maturity of your organisations at the moment, but in the future it should be more of a qualitative assessment but based on a more robust methodology. And so we're going to teach you about how you can assess something in a more qualitative manner and reach consensus amongst your team members of how that organisation score for a particular practice or process. We're also not sure at the moment, we're going to find out soon, how exactly you do your consensus approach, because obviously this is quite important. I think when you do your evaluations, I'm led to believe that you have teams of 3 people doing an evaluation of an applicant. So over the next 2 days, we want to learn from you on how you manage that process, but we'll at the same time provide you some advice from the Baldridge programme on how to manage that process. Because it is called a consensus process, which means all in your team should agree based on objective evidence that an organisation should be assessed in a certain manner. The other area that we want to focus on is providing feedback. How do you provide a good feedback report to the organisations? Because feedback, to be honest, is absolutely essential. You're doing this not just to recognise, you're doing this to encourage and provide some insights into what they need to do to improve their performance. You're providing a helping hand to all the organisations you're assessing. So this should be in your mind when you're doing the assessments, that you're there to help them. You're not there to criticise them. You're not there to say, you're not doing this. You're there to help them. You're there to help them to reach a higher level of performance. You do not provide that advice when you meet them, but in your feedback report, you can provide advice or some insights into how they can improve their performance. So because you are acting as assessors and independent examiners, you can never provide advice to them or get into those types of conversation on an assessment. You're just trying to find out the information, the facts, the data. Based on consensus, you'll make a judgment call with your fellow colleagues, But after that, you can then provide a feedback report which will give some insights on how they can improve so they get value from the overall programme. So that's where we're going to provide some focus in the training on the sort of assessment approach you use, how it can be strengthened, using some particular tools or techniques, particularly with respect to consensus and particularly with respect to providing feedback. And so again, actually on this slide, it's emphasising that as well. The areas that we're focusing on is the observational reports, the on-site evaluation, which is where you're taking on board all this information from the organisation, and then you're reviewing actually their written applications because you need to come to some consensus of decision. So what we can actually see on this slide is your award process that you follow, which you should all be familiar with because you've all been trained, I believe, by the National Productivity Secretariat. So I think in the guidelines you've received for each of the sectors, it would have this diagram which takes you through the judging process. So what I've highlighted on this diagram is the three areas really that we'll be focusing the majority of the time at, which is how you review the applications so you can reach a consensus decision, how you'll do the on-site evaluation, again, so you can make a solid consensus decision, and how you provide the feedback reports. Just as a matter of interest, because some of you might have done your own independent research on the Baldrige programme, just as a matter of interest, there's been some radical changes of the Baldrige programme in 2025. So what we'll be explaining to you throughout the next 2 days is the programme. There's time to go. We can all go. Okay. So what we'll be explaining to you throughout the programme is the criteria before 2025. They're actually still working this out, exactly the process for 2025. You've got to bear in mind, in the United States, it's a huge country. They have their national award, and then they have state awards. So each state, or for the majority of the states, that have their own state award. For each of the states, they'll use an old approach, which we'll be teaching you over the next 2 days. But at the national level, the highest level, they're going to be introducing a slightly different approach, a simpler approach, to try and attract more applicants. So this is why they've changed it. So if you went to the Baldrige website and downloaded the 2025 criteria, which is free to do so, you'll see it is different than the approach we're training you on over the next 2 days. What they're trying to do for the 2025 programme is just to provide an approach or a methodology in which it identifies the best organisations without providing a lot of feedback. They're trying to produce a faster assessment process just to identify the top achievers. And at the same time, just so they have more organisations to recognise, at the same time they'll still encourage organisations still to use the old process, because the old process which we teach you is actually more important to drive internal improvements and to give detailed feedback to applicants. For their criteria for 2025, they're not interested in that. They just want to recognise at that level, at the national level. So hopefully you can follow that. So for the Business Excellence Training course, we'll provide training on the 2023-24 Baldrige Excellence Framework, which has been the established model for more than 40 years. There's been some small refinements over time, but not much. And it's used as a foundational model in many countries worldwide. So with that, I can relax now. I'm going to pass over to Dr. Atif Beg to introduce the topic of roles and responsibilities of assessors. Thank you.
I will start with a quiz. So wake up. Okay, so let me start with, Can someone, in fact, I will start from table to table. Table 2, can you tell us what was the first topic we discussed in the morning? Table 2. First thing that we started. Very quick one. We don't have time, so please. First session. No? Who will tell the first session? What we did in first session? Yes. And first session after that? What is business excellence? We discuss about that, the concepts of business excellence. After that, we move to more details like values, concepts, why, and how we impact. And after that, Dr. Robin discussed how business excellence helped different countries, like Dubai, for example. So now we all understand that business excellence is important. Models are working. Models are, very effective tools to improve organizational level productivity and national level productivity. So now we are here, and now we are going to roles and responsibilities of assessors, and that is our training. So you guys are actually our trainers, our assessors who are going to help NPA to implement National Productivity Award. All together? Yes, no? Perfect. So I'll start from what are the roles and responsibilities. Can you hear me? You can hear me, yeah? So roles and responsibilities of assessors. So now we are taking you to what is your role in terms of implementing effective National Productivity Awards. So from this, you can see that assessors are very critical part of overall NPA process implementation. So why you are important? You actually advance national productivity and quality goals. You help NPS here to implement their quality goals. Actually, you are contributing in terms of national productivity by helping NPS in implementing National Quality Award. You support organizational learning because you are actually will help organizations to deliver actionable feedback. When you will write your feedback from your past experience, your different backgrounds, you will provide very strong learning and feedback to organizations to implement and improve their performance. And definitely, you will be like ambassador in terms of embedding culture of excellence within the organization. And third, a very important part is when we say assessors, assessors are someone who actually provide feedback, but not on subjectivity. It comes with very unbiased, ensuring fairness and backed by very evidence-based thinking so that organizations can see that whatever feedback they are getting is unbiased and helping them to improve their performance. And therefore, it's very important that whatever you do in your assessors' roles, you ensure integrity and fairness, because that is going to impact organization performance and, to some extent, NPS credibility in the country. So that's why it's very important that when you are operating as an organization, as an assessor, you are independent, you are bringing your experience, past experience, and helping organizations to improve their performance. And please, when I'm talking, feel free to raise questions. We really want to learn from you as well. So learning is mutual. If you have any question, raise your hand and we will ask. So going forward, so assessors, this is very important. When we do different trainings, we were asked that what is the difference between assessors and auditors. So auditors are, and that's why we thought that we should give you some background on why assessors are different from auditors. You're not compliance officers. You are not failing or passing any organization. You are actually providing and helping organizations to improve their performance. And how this is going to happen? For example, if you see the compliance role, you are doing audits. You are ensuring that compliance is there. You are ensuring that a minimum quality of standards has been implemented. That's a separate role as an auditor. But here, when we are assessors, we are actually helping organizations to improve their performance. And how we do that? We evaluate organization maturity with with, of course, model that we are following from NPS perspective. We provide objective feedback. So where the objectivity comes, if you're following the structured approach in terms of evaluating your performance. You provide holistic or systematic thinking. You see organization as a whole, and we will, as time passes, you will see that we will give you some tools and techniques to actually assess organization at organization level. And definitely you should be a very strong learner, listener, and act as a critical friend. Critical friend is very important, is something that you are actually helping organization. You are not failing or passing the entity that you are assessing. And this is what is one of my favorite slides. It says that what is so different. The car is exactly the same, so there's no difference. But lens is different. If you see the auditor will see the same car with the passage and ask question, is the car roadworthy and legal? Where if we see the assessor, what assessor will do that, how can this car win the race and sustain performance? So are you getting the point? The difference between the lenses that auditors help organizations to definitely to pass and fail, which is very important as well. But in your role, you are helping organization to improve their performance and sustain their performance. And how we are going to do that? And assessors are, in fact, they're different capacity and capabilities. People come from background, and I was talking to NPS team this morning. You have experience, seasoned assessors, you have junior. So this slide is important, and we will give you this detail that how you're going to do that. You have from starting as an assessor, like few of you are actually starting your assessment journey. And few are very expert. They actually developed experience with the passage of time, evaluating different organizations of different sector and segments. So this is very important that once you start your journey as an assessor, you continue implementing or investing in your capabilities, because this is going to help organizations, your organizations that you're assessing, NPS, and your own personal development perspective as well. So we're trying our best to simulate the real life scenarios with you. So in this case, you will see that one of the exercises that we will do in few minutes is something that we will ask you to work in as an assessment team. So in very structured assessment team environment, there's a team leader, 6 to 8 assessors that work together, evaluate organization, and then they provide feedback and help organization to improve their performance as they move forward. So in today's and tomorrow, you will work in different teams, your own teams, and that with the tools and techniques that we will provide. So now, this is the main thing, because when we were discussing with NPA that how and what exactly we should be doing in these 2 days, the most important thing that we should explain you what are your roles and responsibilities, what are do's and don'ts of assessor, and applying that technical skill that is required to actually assess organization with utmost objectivity. So what are you saw that in previous slide, there's a team leader. So I will start, you see the team leader. So now I will start with what is the roles and responsibilities of the team leader. So team leader is, of course, is someone who actually facilitates the preparation. It's very important that someone is leading and facilitating the discussion. Ideally, should be senior assessor within your teams that will actually help you to give you some insight and help you to work together as a team. Allocate criteria items. You saw that we have, from Baldrige perspective, we have 7 criteria. So someone will assign you that what criteria you will be assessing and helping you to, to achieve what is required as a team, deliverables. Provide coaching. So in real world, your team leader is actually help you to understand more so that you can produce better, results as an assessor. Lead consensus meeting is very, very important component, because when you are working in group, definitely some disagreements comes. So it's leader's role to help, group to achieve what is required through producing that conducive environment where everyone can work freely and actually, participate in the meeting. And definitely, as I said earlier, ensure alignment with evidence. So we always say that when you do assessment, yes, there's the structure available, but some subjectivity will always come. So this is very important that whenever you are assessing any organization or you're having that meeting, so team leader ensure that everything is coming through evidence. It's evidence-based and unbiased. The other thing that team leader should be doing is liaising with NPA Secretariat, overseeing interviews, because some of you, if selected, I don't know, not all organizations go through the site visit, but if you're going there, you have to conduct interviews, talking to senior leadership team. So team leader is supposed to help you to, conduct those interviews and data collection. Definitely assign findings, review feedback report, and validate all scores at the end. So team leader is actually from that small organization of assessment team is someone who actually facilitate and lead the assessment process. It's a very, very critical role. And most of the time, most experienced assessor should be team leader so that can provide insights to success of the assessment process. Then assessors, what are your responsibility as an assessor? It is very, very important that you should understand that what are your responsibilities as an assessor so that you can actually fulfill your role adequately. So adhere to conduct of ethical conduct. So I'm sure that from NPS perspective, you provide your code of conduct. So every time ensure that you are following that code, because that impact integrity of the process, integrity of the award process. Avoid conflict of interest. Of course, you should not be doing that. Ensure that you are following the strict confidentiality. We will talk about in detail later. Definitely, if you are assessing any organization, you should know the organization in and out. And what is the way of knowing your organization is reading the application form. So we always suggest that your focus should be the application form, not the other information that you have. Maybe you're a customer of that organization. You don't like the product, but if you are assessing that organization, focus on the application form or application assessment that you're reading, so that you can provide adequate feedback. Evaluate each item individually. So again, we will go in detail that how you are going to do that. But the process start with you as an individual assessor, and then definitely group meetings and everything come at later stage. And when you're writing feedback, your own feedback without any prejudice, without any bias. And as I said, if you're customer of that organization, you have some relatives working there, you don't like them, don't put that negativity and biasness in your feedback report. So this is a very, very important component of that. Share findings. So as you're working in your individual capacity, you will find something. So when you're in your team meetings, share those findings with your team, so the team can understand what you're saying. Support wide site visits. Of course, show respect. And whenever you engage in your team, engage constructively. So, and again, when you will do this exercise that will give you after this session, you will actually practice that, and you will see that how team leader and team work together to form a very strong and productive assessment team. What are the competencies? Assessment is not straightforward, easy, or like non-technical sort of skill set. You have to have something that you bring to the table and then assess the organization. And I would like to congratulate you, because most of the countries, and I think you are also one of them, that you offer your services as volunteers. So you come and you bring your technical skills and apply here. So again, most important thing, you should have a passion of continuous quality improvement. You are willing to learn and take feedback. Feedback will come from many stakeholders. Ability to work in team environment, analytical skills, and so on. So the point is that when you have joined the assessment team, you have to have some basic skill set, basic character in a way that you can go and assess the organization. And again, as I said earlier, what is the role of conduct? So most important thing that you maintain confidentiality, because you will have access to organizations' performance, your plans, what they are doing inside. So if you are assigned to organization as an assessor, this is the most important thing, that you are going to maintain the confidentiality, because you are accessing data which is very private, which is very, very specific to that organization. If you have any conflict of interest and you're not very sure, come and ask NPA so that they can help you and clear that. This is again very important. The most important part of this entire award process is integrity and credibility. So if you're not very sure, come and ask so that you are not impacting overall integrity and credibility of the program. Again, whatever information you have, ensure that you are taking care of this, information means that you are not sharing it with someone, sometimes email. So there's a protocol that you need to follow, and I am sure that NPS has some code around that. And proper use of examiner status, because this is important. You are, as an examiner, you have access to a lot of information, so you have to behave accordingly. Some more details around conflict of interest. So if your organization have any interest with organization that you're assessing, ensure that you document it and report it to NPS. If you're doing, sometimes you are assessing your competitors, so ensure that you are very clear that what you're doing, so that you are not impacting overall organizations or award process credibility. Conflict, any other conflict that comes, so being mindful of you are doing something very critical, so your code will impact the entire process. Again, I already discussed the main confidentiality, so I'm not going into detail, but most important thing is that that there's a clause of confidentiality and there's a clause of conflict of interest. And whenever you're going, you're actually following that. Robin, you're saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say, for all conflicts of interest, I mean, you should not have family members working in the organization you're assessing. Really, ideally, you shouldn't have any close friends working in the organization you're assessing. Anything that could provide a biased opinion, you should be announcing to the NPS, and it should take you away from the assessment. Because this is about, even if you say you will be objective, and I'm sure you would be objective in that circumstance, then the credibility of the awards programme can be questioned. Because when you go there and visit that organisation, if they recognise you and feel that there might be some bias, they could report that back to the NPS, and the whole examination of that organisation could be stopped. So any potential conflict you need to raise to the NPS will take you out of that situation. And we see that a lot, especially in some countries. There are often close relationships with other organisations. So it's very important to if you're concerned, mention that to the NPS, and they'll mention the correct pathway. Again, for competitors, you should not be assessing competitors whatsoever. So, this needs to be 100% clear. And maybe you'd worked for one of these organisations in the past. There needs to be a period of time between working for that organisation in the past and then becoming an assessor. Again, it varies on the awards programme. I think the minimum time period should be five years, but many awards programmes would say at least 10 years from working for an organisation in the past. So clear that up with the NPS, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Robin. So now we are going toward exercise, and I will ask some logistics arrangements. So each and every table has at least one laptop. Yeah. And I think all set. You you received my email yesterday? Yes? So you see the slide after this, something like this. So now we are going to do, you are sitting in your team on the table, and you will form your assessment team. So what you're going to do here, we have more than 6, so I'm not following 6 here. So how many people one team will have? Around 10. Great. So this is the exercise that you have, that you will sit in the team now. First task is to assign team leader, which is very, very important. And then assign roles, who will do what. And you have, as we move forward, we will see after that you will, team, we will do a lot of stuff. So who will record, who will present. So just put all logistics together, and we will give you some time so that, we can help you in terms of experience the actual assessment process.
Yes, so just to reiterate, so for Excellence 1, you've got these tasks to follow. So hopefully you've got a laptop in front of you, so at least one person in the team can show you what's required for Excellence 1, what's required for Exercise 1. So you'll follow the instructions for Exercise 1. Each team does need a team leader who acts as the chairman of the team and make sure you follow the tasks. You're given 45 minutes for this exercise. Let's just see, what time is lunch? Lunch is important, isn't it? Yeah, well, we can still manage that. So we'll give you 45 minutes. If we finish for sooner, that's fine. But you'll go through the various tasks through Exercise 1. And then after you've completed those tasks, you'll then give a presentation. Not every group will have time to give a presentation, but we'll select the teams that we think are not working hard to give the presentations, okay? So if we think your team is not working very hard, we'll select you to give a presentation in front of everybody else. So that's the penalty. If you're not working hard, you'll be presenting. And so you'll be able to complete the exercise, complete the forms that are shown in the exercise, and then we'll ask a few teams, maybe 2 or 3 teams, to give a presentation on their discussion. So we'll start that now. It's about 11:45, so we'll finish this at the very latest by 12:30. Thank you. Is that clear?
Any question?
And all 3 of us will come around to help you. So there's Dr. Almas, Dr. Atif and myself, and we'll make sure you're working. Okay, thank you.
It is a punishment for me. Okay. And then bring the laptop that I was a punishment.
Did you follow what I said? Group number 10, please come over here. Clap for group number 10. Yay! Yeah, we received your presentation. You're not inviting your group?
Can you pick? Are these one?
Yeah, these are yours. Group 10.
10, group 10. Group 10.
This is group 10. You're group number 1 then, maybe?
No, group 10. Ours is group 10.
If this is group 10.
Yeah. Just see. Open. Yes. This one, group 10?
Yeah.
Group 2, how far you are? 2 minutes? Okay.
Is this yours or not?
Group 3, how far you are? 3. Is ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can we share the screen again, please?
Group 4.
Is it not working?
Did you share the presentation? Yeah, okay, good.
Hold on.
Lovely.
Maybe, okay, I need to go out here, sorry.
I was registered for,
Sorry?
in 2008, I was registered for Auckland University for
Wow.
my PhD.
Great.
Then I had a
Yes?
few
Yeah,
problems
please.
too.
Can you help?
Everybody, yeah. We'll take some pictures.
Can you help?
No, yeah, that's right. Right. No, see, it is not very.
It's coming.
There is a 4 pictures. Fill in the...
This is your group, is it? Group 10? Yeah.
I want to face the board, and I
Okay.
want to open the bowling balls.
Okay, so...
Okay, you can start.
Well, that was not the first question, was it? We need to go through the questions.
Is it
Was that the first question you want to do?
it's questions over there, no? Questions are over there.
This one's the first one, isn't it?
On your slides,
Yes.
you find questions, no?
Yeah, this was the first one that you were asked to do. You first asked to do the number of people, but it's not shown very well on the screen, is it? Maybe you just need to tell them,
Just describe.
because you can't see it on the screen.
No, but from here I can explain.
Yeah, you can explain.
Yeah, that's it.
You can't see it. It's not very good because they're doing screenshots. They're not doing.
Screenshot.
Put on the presentation.
Yeah, they did screenshots rather than showing the presentation.
No, it came first. Will you open your laptop? Yeah, I can use the laptop and do it now.
You can do.
Yeah. But I will explain everything.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you sent us, yeah. I mean, these ones work out, right? But the general information about the team doesn't.
Yeah. So that you can introduce.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you
These
do
are
that.
this. Well,
Yes, you can do. You can do this. Yeah, start with
Yeah.
your team members first
Yeah.
of all, your experience.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think you are after a heavy meal, and this is not. I am sure this is not the time, right? You to be listening to me, right? But anyway, you have to listen to me. Whatever said and done, you have to listen to me, huh? Right? Therefore, we represent the group number 10, right? My members are here. First, the leader is here, Mr. Ratna Surya. Thereafter, Nusri is there, Tusit is there, Dayan is there, Sandeepani, Hasanti, Jayant, Chamila, and Netmi. Netmi is our scriber. Netmi is our scriber, he is the leader, I am the presenter. That's about all. And we'll see. We have, how many minutes you are giving?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, how can I do it? But I'll do it. There were 3 questions under the exercise 1. Right, you can see. It is asking what traits and behaviors or actions make a good assessor. Those that was the heading, and they have highlighted in yellow color good assessor. And we'll see there are 3 areas, 3 categories you find: reviewing written application and asking relevant questions, then reaching the consensus with the fellow members. We have identified, our group as total identified, first one, analytical and critical thinker. That's what we understood, we agreed upon of this. When we are doing some kind of a reviewing, you have to analyze it thoroughly, critically analyzed, and come to a decision. Therefore, your thinking matters. Otherwise, what will happen? The poor fellow will get penalized. Therefore, critically analytical skills are needed. That's what we think. And secondly, fair and objective. When you are analyzing it, you have to be very much fair. No biasness creep in. The subjectivity comes. That's the thing we think, fairness. And there are certain guidelines, you have to follow the objectives. Then you can't reject anybody. And you do the justice for everyone. Then we have taken another two. One is the patient and detail-oriented and consistent approach. Because you get plenty of applications, right? One-to-one should be the same. That's what we thought. In our group, we thought of that. Consistency should be there. Thereby, you will be treating with one spoon, right, to all. That's the ideology behind. Then second one, asking relevant questions during the visit. You know, when we go, we'll have to visit the places and we should ask some kind of questions. Now, we'll see first one is the vision mission. We need to ask vision mission. Are they aware? That's what we were thinking. Then secondly, tell me, when it comes to 4 minutes.
We're okay, fine.
All right.
You're doing very well.
Right. Then, what are the co-functions of the organizations? What are the co-functions? The members should know what we are doing. Who is our customer we are going to serve? What is our product? Whether it's suitable. That's what we were thinking. And also strategic plan and action plan. How do we reach there? That's the mission. How do we reach? What kind of actions we take? That's what we thought. And also we reach into consciousness. Here, of course, critical discussion among the members. When we are agreeing something, right, we'll have to get the consciousness of all. Otherwise, what will happen? It will allow you to have dictatorship. We want to avoid that kind of situation. Thereby, that is what you have seated today on a round table. Because each member will get the equal chance. And we were the round table people and we gave everybody an equal chance.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir, very much. Then the getting contribution for each. There are no passengers, no free lunches for anybody. In our round table, no free lunches for anybody. Everybody has to participate. And I am very much happy about our leader. He gave something underhand to participate. That's what we contributed. Otherwise, we won't be doing it. We won't be doing it. Therefore, I am thanking you, Mr. Ratnasurya. Right. Then we'll go to the second slide.
No. What we'll do, I think, what you've shared, absolutely fantastic. Can we give them a big round of applause?
Okay, you are welcome.
So what we'll do, they've explained what good assessors should be doing. The next presenters will share what a poor assessor is doing, okay? So we'll have the next group now come up. So you painted the way what good assessors should do. We'll now look at the poor assessor traits from the next team that's presenting.
Okay.
So thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best for you.
Okay, so we'll go to another team now. Let's see which ones we've received here. So you can read all my emails if you wish. Nothing particularly exciting. So we could have group 3, we could have group 11, group 5. Any preference? We're going to go for group 11. So hopefully they've written something very good in here. Let's have a look. There we are, Team Smart. They must be good. Very intelligent people they look. Can we invite Team Smart to the front, please? Come on, Team Smart are very slow at walking. Come on, Team Smart, show more enthusiasm, walk a little faster. So if you can, who's going to be presenting? Oh.
Yeah.
So if you're presenting? You're presenting.
Start with this one and I will...
Yes, so I want you to present, you can present this, you can present this.
Yeah, correct.
But I don't present good, we've already heard that, so I just want you to present your experience and this, and then go to the bad assessor. That's it. Okay. So let me get this. Okay, you can press down arrow to move down. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. At our team, the Group 11 team is, the name of the team is Team Spirit, Team Smart, sorry. And I am the team leader, Sarat Abesinger. And our timekeeper is Mr. Chaminder. And our this scriber or Ms. Yashara, right? She's the one making all this presentation. And our presenter is Mr. Poshita, right? And in our team, right, I'm working as a consultant. My role is consultant. And I have been, roughly about 15 years with NPA as assessor. And this Ms. Giomali Perra, she's a senior PDO in NPS, again, similar type of experience. And Mr. Virakon, 8 years. And likewise, we have this Kamal Kankanamge, again, an experienced PDO, number of years of assessing. So the earliest year any team member served as NPA assessor, that is starting from 2009. The highest number of award cycles served by any team member could be about 10. The average number of award cycles served across the team about average 5. And the number of first-time assessors in our group, there are 2 assessors, they are new. Okay, so I'll ask our presenter to go ahead with
to the bad
details.
Now, not the good one. Next slide. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
No, next one. Yeah, the bad assessment.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So we are going to tell about the bad, about the bad assessors. I mean, these things we should avoid everything. So when reviewing the written application, there are some things. So when we are reviewing the application, right, we have to, if we don't maintain the confidentiality, that is very important thing, right? You should, bad assessors don't make the confidentiality, and also not follow the code of ethics. Right? Bad assessors always not follow the code of ethics and less knowledge in relevant ideas. If they are running without ideas, bad assessors, and also having conflict of interest. So therefore, don't be a bad assessor. And also asking relevant questions. Right? Biased is a very bad thing, and ask a close-ended question, as where the applicant give yes or no questions. Right? Those are bad things. And poor dress code is a very bad thing, and use of mobile phone when asking questions and chatting. So you should, need to avoid these bad habits, and take photos without permission and not maintaining confidentiality. Those are, we have to avoid all these things. especially reaching consensus with following team members. Do not respect each other and consider team ethics, right? Because we are as a team, so always it's a bad thing if you don't consider the other's opinion. Also, not allowing ideas and opinion from others, right? Sometimes people think, okay, I know everything. Right? So just to get into their ideas, so we have to avoid these things and argue or discuss in front of the applicants. So these kind of bad things, dear assessors, we need to avoid all these things.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So didn't they do well? Congratulations to this team. So thank you all so much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have one more team come up to discuss how you overcome bad assessor traits. So let's see which team we're going to invite next. So I think we should go for Lucky 13, don't you? Let's go for Lucky 13. Let's have a quick look at their presentation first of all, make sure they filled in that particular activity. Okay. How come that's gone to this? Maybe they put it in the exercise bit here. Lucky 13. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, yes. I think Lucky 13 wanted to give a presentation for the whole course. This is what you wanted to do. Yeah, it's you said 68. Where is it?
60. Slide number 67. Yeah, 67.
No, it's not that one, is it? Still up. We just got to locate it. Where exactly is it? Here, yeah, okay, we're here. So again, if you introduce your team and then you'll go straight to... Okay, then you go straight to that one. Is that okay?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are lucky 30 because our number is 30, so we think that it will be lucky. So I am Asanga Deshapriya. I am the leader of the group. So I have been assessor from 2013, so I have participated 4 cycle of awards. And Pranidhi, she's new for this judge panel, so this is her first time. And Roshan, he has started in 2018, so he has participated 2 cycles. And Mr. Ramachandran, he started in 2020, so 1 cycle. Buddhika, 2014, 4 cycle. Irosha, 2018, 2 cycles. Madhurika, 2020, 1 cycle. And Mr. Robin, 2016, 3 cycles. So the average of our team members is 2.125. So we are supposed to present how can we recognize and overcome poor traits or behaviors in ourselves or fellow team members to ensure fair, effective and collaborative assessment process. So I cordially invite our presenter, Ms. Pranidhi.
Thank you. So according to us, we think maintaining confidentiality of information obtained from the organization being assessed is the priority area to be improved. Then we have to make sure we use extreme care when we handle the application information. That is not just to maintain confidentiality, that is also to make sure that the application will be there in the same form they submitted throughout the process without any change. And willingness to learn from each other as well as the organization that we are assessing, and also giving constructive feedbacks to the team members of the assessing team as well as the organization being assessed is an area we need to improve. And also developing ability to work effectively as a team, collaborative work and collective work is another priority area. Developing verbal and written communication skills whereby we can communicate clearly without any ambiguity to the organization being assessed as well as any person who is looking at the process is also very important, and it is an area to be improved. So that is from Lucky 13.
Okay. And how did your team work together through the exercise? Did your team work well, or did you have any difficulties?
Of course, Doctor, we worked very well. We were in tune with each other.
You had nobody who was causing any problems?
No. No. So all are troublemakers, so no problem.
Okay, congratulations. Very well done indeed. Thank you. So I think that was an excellent contribution by all the teams. It's a shame we don't have more time, but we don't. So later on, we have many more workshop exercises over the next 2 days. So those teams that have not presented will have a chance to present later on. I'll now pass you back to Dr. Atif.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to our slides. Yes, please. So while Dr. Robin is putting the slides together, let me ask one question. How did you find this exercise? Silence means what? Yes, please. Okay, so but very important, yes. And I think when we do our next exercise, please come and share your thoughts on that. Yeah, okay, so now we are moving to very, very important part of our training, which is now overview of Baldrige Award assessment process. And why is important? Because the technical skills or tools that we will provide you are coming from Baldrige. So they are very helpful, will help you to analyze, evaluate your application when you evaluate your assigned applications. So with this, so assessment process, when we see from Baldrige perspective, there are 5 stages. So you always remember when you review application, you have 5 stages of any assessment process. So it starts with independent review. Independent review means that you as an individual assessor go through the entire application entirely at your own and identify strength and opportunities for improvement. We call it OFIs, so that you can actually put your own thoughts before going into your group discussion. So that is first point is independent review as an assessor. Once you have your own feedback or findings ready, you go for consensus meeting like you did in group. You sit together as a group of assessors and you bring your own contribution, and group discuss each and every finding and see what is coming out as a team. And once that happens, you prepare, you know what are the major strengths and major opportunities for improvement or OFIs for that specific organization or applicant. You go for site visit if applicant. In the site visit, you go and validate the information that you acquired during the individual and consensus review process. Once you go there, you validate. For example, you found something around, positive or negative, a strength or opportunities for improvement from the application. You go and see in the site visit process that actually exists or not. Once you have that site visit, now you did your individual review, you had your initial group discussion, consensus, you did your site visit, now you sit again together as a team and review your findings again so that you identify if everything is aligned or not. That ensure that everything that you align from individual, that you acquired from individual as an independent review perspective or from group, whatever you found, you have the validated inputs from the other three processes. And once everything ready, you as a group, you are ready with your findings, you put your finding into the final feedback report. So this is the structured assessment process that we suggest you, and Baldrige follow the same assessment process. So next slide, we will take you through each and every component of independent review process. So once you start individual review process, the first and most important component is you read and understand the assessment criteria. You should know what is assessment criteria by reviewing the Baldrige criteria. I'm sure you all have Baldrige criteria with you now. Each and every application table has Baldrige criteria with you. Yes, no? Say it, please. Yes? Okay. So once you have that, you understand what is the Baldrige criteria says, you read the application, you familiarize yourself with the application form, application submission that you have. So you read through the entire application and understand what is there in the application as a whole. Then we review individual organization profile, and there's a separate discussion on individual profile. This is the most important component, because that will tell you that how this organization, in the which operating environment this specific organization is operating in. Then you identify key factors from the organization profile, and then you formalize your key themes, and we will discuss that in detail. 6 is definitely you identify strength and OFEs. Then you assess and score as a next step. Then you identify, now you did from 1 to 6 from process categories. Then you go to category 7, which is results. You go and identify results or strength and opportunities from your results category. And then you identify, you comment, you score, and you finalize everything. Once you have everything, step 11 is basically you update key factors, because once you have that deliberation from step 1 to 10, you have new findings, you may have some adjustments, and you do your adjustments. And once you have done that, you actually have the complete picture of the applicant that you are going to evaluate. So this is the 11 steps that we propose, that once you do your individual review, you have to have that steps followed so that you have very structured sort of findings in front of you. Clear? Yes? Okay, so now we move to, so you did your independent review now. So you followed the process, now you know everything about that application that you reviewed from your independent review point. So once you have finding, you go for your consensus building exercise, where you sit together as a team and establish your findings within your group. So it's very important that when you are going for consensus meeting, what steps you will follow, and we suggest some tips around that. So for example, you have to have a goal, clear goal, that what you're going to do. So when you are in the team, like you did just now, you understand what is going to happen, why you are sitting together, what you're going to review, what is the purpose of your group. And definitely the group purpose is to assess or evaluate your assigned application. Prepare your homework. This is very, very important that, each and every member of the organization come prepare for consensus meeting, because you are going to provide your feedback, individual feedback. And each and every individual assessor feedback is very, very important, because you're bringing your own lens to that discussion, and that is very, very important. Then you actually get and share perspective. Each and every individual assessor come and share his or her own perspective of the application. And then once you have that, you actually find themes within your group. Okay, what is coming out from that consensus discussion that you have? And once you have that, there are some tools that you can use, and I will share in next slide, that how you can consolidate your thinking in some way that can help you to follow the next step effectively, and you can bring some visibility clearly there. Then definitely once you are in group, I'm sure you have experienced the same in your group activity. Not all groups are in full agreement when they are having different opinions in one group. So whenever you are in that meetings, encourage, and that goes to our team leader as well, that when you are having that meeting, ensure that you have the open discussion, that everyone is very open-minded, giving respect to each and every individual thoughts, so that we can bring some excited findings from the discussion. And if you have any question, definitely you ask in your group and get that clarity, so that we can follow the right process for findings. Definitely once you have that everything is there, we also suggest that the openness and transparency is very important. Whatever you're doing in a very transparent way, in very trusting environment, so that assessors can actually openly share their ideas and feedback. And aim of consensus should be like, definitely whatever you are talking should be, or whatever finding that you're bringing as a group or as an individual should be evidence-based. So that whatever you're doing, whenever we are preparing for site visit, maybe the next step, you have very clear feedback that is driven by evidence-based findings. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
If you can go back to point number 7. It is called consensus meetings because you have to reach consensus. It's not about the loudest voice in your team. It's not a majority decision in your team. It's a consensus decision. You might have 6 people in your team. 5 have one opinion of that particular organisation, how it's performing for a particular category. There might be another person in that team who has a different opinion. So there might be 5 people of one type of opinion of that organisation for that category, and one with the other. This is why you need a debate. It might be that the one person who's an outlier has the right opinion of the organisation. So you need to give that person the opportunity to present the evidence as they see it, because that person could then, influenced by the power of their argument and the data that they've assessed as part of that application, they might be able to persuade all the others that the 5 are not right, that one person is right. So it's always a consensus decision through understanding and through the evidence. So it's never just voting, whether we should go in one direction or another with response to evaluating a particular category or criteria. In some cases, you can't reach a common consensus decision because it might take too long if you've got still so many criteria to evaluate. So only as a last resort would you ever use any voting. Generally, you should always aspire for a consensus decision because it's called a consensus meeting. Is that clear? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can keep that. So I think now it's very clear what is the purpose of consensus meeting. And there's always saying that, it's a best way of getting, agreement is just go for voting. But we suggest that, voting should be the last resort of any finding. You have to have debate in the group, and then you agree, what is the final outcome of that meeting. Then definitely document key insights. So you have to be very organized as a group. You document whatever key decision that you're making about key criteria and like that. And review and reflect at the end. As a team, you see that what is happening, what is the outcome of your discussion in a group. So once you have that documented well, and then you will be ready for very effective, efficient, productive site visit. So anything that is not clear, please ask questions if you have any. not mean that we are ready. We can go to, and this is just a summary of what we just discussed. Like, of course, in your consensus meeting, foster culture of respect, inclusive environment, stay focused on organization mission and strategic priorities, what you're evaluating, use evidence and data to make any comment or finding, and definitely you should be open to visiting decision whenever new information comes, because it's a process. When you're in the assessment process, new information emerge as we move forward. And I think the most important part is you take this opportunity of assessment as your personal development opportunity, because like you can see today, you are actually attending a training on assessment. That is another part of, is helping you to develop you as an assessor. So exactly the same applies to when you actually go and assess the organization, because you will have, opportunity to evaluate organizations from different segments, sectors, or whatever. So that will actually help you to develop as a professional as well. So this is, we already discussed. So for example, we started from review criteria, read application, and so this slide will be you, but this is a very simple way of explaining the full process of independent review, because this is the most important component of assessment process, your independent review as an assessor, and then they follow the process. So you can see that how they actually put things together. This came from Baldrige, that how this process goes from reviewing criteria as a first step to writing a feedback report. With this, now we are moving to section 7. And Almas, I'm sure I'm not that, I need to fast, okay. So now we are in section 7. So now we are discussing steps 1 to 4. You remember the 11 steps that we discussed just before this section. So the first important part is step 1 is read and understand the assessment criteria. So for example, what are the criteria requirement? What is the, criteria look like? What are the criteria requirements, and what are the scoring system look like? So read through the full assessment criteria first, so that you can apply that thinking and skill when you do your independent review. So we sent you one application, actual award application. I'm sure you have received it by now. So familiarize with yourself with the entire application. There's a long application, but we suggest that you spend some time, go through the application so that you can experience the real life example of assessing the application. So this is one of the award winner in 2017 from Baldrige Award back in 2007, City of Fort Collins. So we will follow this application as a case study. So you actually review this application as we move forward. So the third step is reviewing organization profile. So this is very, very important, because this will tell you where organization operate, what they do, what are they prioritize in terms of strategic direction, what they want to achieve in their organization journey. So this is, so organization profile, if you follow the Baldrige criteria and assessment process, this actually sets the context. So you introduce you with the organization, like who is the organization, what it does, what its environment look like. So for example, the case study that we gave you, that actually, when you read through this, you will identify, and this is one of the exercises that you will do, that what they do. So it has two main components, and then some component is, like, for example, organization description. So once you start reading application form, just see that who is the applicant, what they do, what are their product services, who is their key customer look like, what is their workforce profile look like. So understand that, because that set the direction for you. That will give you contextual background of organization so that you can apply your learning to the entire organization. What does the organizational situation look like? What is important for that applicant, and what they do? What is their competitive environment look like? Who's their main competitors are? what are their competitive advantage from the application, and what does their performance improvement system look like. So you should know by reading those, and these organizational profiles are not that long, somewhere around 5 to 6 pages, not more than that. So that is the first step of getting into the organizational excellence assessment process. Understand the organization via reading organizational profile. So, and as I said, it's very important to understand, to ensure that your feedback report that you're going to write, it actually reflecting what organization is trying to achieve. So you actually connect your feedback with organizational language, so you actually understand what they're trying to achieve, and then your feedback will follow through. And that will help you to identify their strength and OFEs, understanding their background and their profile better. So applicant profile, as I said, is more than 5 to 6 pages. Background information is to help us as a team to understand the organization, what they do, what their key challenges look like. And definitely it sets the scope of the assessment process, and you see how you will put a very strong and related feedback report once you finish that. So identify key factors. So one of the key exercise or key thing that you will do after reading organizational profile is to find out key factors. Remember this term, please, because this is very, very important. What is key factor? So key factor is an attribute of an organization or its environment that influence the way the organization operates and the key challenges it faces. So each and every organization is not operating in isolation. It's operating in an environment where sometimes external factors influence the organization performance. So you need to identify what is happening there and what is, how they're going to respond to those challenges that they have. So example of key factors are like, for example, what are their mission, vision, and values, how their staff profile look like, who are their main customers, what they do, in which markets they operate, what are the segmentation they have, what does their competitive position look like, what are the strategic challenges they have, for example, what does the governance structure look like. So once you read their organization profile, you will get to know the organization very well, what they're trying to achieve and what are their challenges. And sometimes, people confuse organizational profile with key processes. So for example, it's very understandable example is complaint management process. That is process, that is not profile. That is nothing, that's not a key factor. So key factor is something that is influencing organizations to impact their performance and on a holistic level. So, finding key factors is also very, very important in terms of starting your assessment process. So first important part, and again, we put it into 5 steps so that you should remember the value of 5. So we did, very first 5 came in the last stage where we were discussing the assessment process, starting from reading organization profile and doing your independent review and finishing at writing feedback report. And this 5 start from organization profile, and you read the organization profile to find out your key factors. That's a key component. Then you identify the key factors that are most affect the way the organization operates. So this is again very important that, for example, organization is operating, for example, a bank is operating in a very highly regulated environment, and something happened in interest rate changes, for example, that is going to impact bank's performance in a way because something coming from outside. So identify those key factors, that what factors that actually influence organization performance. Then you actually list and group key factors under each area of organizational performance. And profile means that their operating environment, their strategic intent, where they operate in that specific space. Then revise list as you identify additional factors. So once you read once you read twice, you will identify additional factors because you will have more clarity on the organization. So once you are doing that, please ensure that you are updating your key factor list, because key factors are very, very important component of your independent review, and they set the direction of your entire assessment process. And once you have this, you review the list after completing the assessment process, because assessment process will allow you to take that application and customer multiple times. Sometimes you're reviewing the application form, sometimes you're visiting customers, you're interviewing customers, so we'll have better understanding of the organization at the end of your assessment process. So as I mentioned earlier, there are many ways to list or find out or listing your key factors. One of the factors that is highly recommended is using fishbone diagram. And you can see that you can put starting from vision, mission, business type, product services. So basically you're getting to know the customer. So finding key factors, and you can just list your finding in that fishbone diagram, and you can see that each and every, you will have better criteria of organization if you're following very structured approach like fishbone diagram. So that is one way of doing that. You can actually list all key factors you identified during the organization profile. Another way of doing is that you can just use this table to organize, and you can see that, and find evidence that how organization is actually doing in terms of key factors, and in terms of how they're actually putting in, whatever key factors are they're actually doing something to address those challenges that they have. So now we will go for exercise 2, that is more technical than the first one. We'll give you another. Okay, so now by the time Almas is confirming that you have received this exercise, so let me explain you what is required. So team leader will play their role now. So first step is that you read the application City of Fort Collins that we shared with you. I'm sure you already all have this information, this application, this is very important. And read through the organizational profile. It's 5-6 pages, I remember it's 5 pages. Just remember those 5, read those 5 pages in group. First review, read through individually and then in group. And identify, share your findings with your team. That what you think, what are the key factors of City of Fort Collins. Okay, so that is clear. Once you have that your finding ready, you as a team agree on set of key factors. You as what you think as a team is important for that organization, and then you can put in the like this. We just want you to put examples there so that we can see what you're saying. And definitely once you have, we will invite you here and present your finding with us. Is it clear? Yes, no? Very yes? Good? Perfect. We are around, so if you have any question, please do ask, and we will definitely ask you.
So I think for this next exercise, we can hopefully catch up with the agenda so that by 3:20, we'll be ready to have some presentations. But also, we'll be combining this exercise as well with the afternoon tea break. So whenever that happens, we can have some tea break. But ultimately, we've got to have your presentations ready by 3:20. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, stop your work that you're doing, please. And you could email us to say your latest copies. So let's just have a listen to Dr. Almas. Thank you very much.
So welcome back from the evening tea. I hope everybody's energetic and up and springing for the next session. So just a reiteration of what we learned in the previous section. So the definition of a key factor is an attribute of an organization or its environment that influences the way the organization operates and the key challenges it faces. The key factors help assessors understand the parts of the criteria that are most relevant to the applicant. The key factors are revised throughout the entire assessment process, so it's flexible. And key factors are the most important, or most often found in the organizational profile, but also can be found in other parts of the application. So clear? So everybody has worked around the application, around the profile, considering these factors, right? So one by one, we'll call presentations, call out the presentations. If you want to send your presentations, please do it ASAP. Group 1, will you be coming forward and presenting?
So do we have Group 1, please? I don't think Group 1's presented before, have they? Who's Group 1? Yes. Big round of applause for Group 1. Yes. You can
They've sent their presentation, right? Great. It looks awesome from here. Let's see.
Good evening, everybody. Today we are present our fishbone regarding our case. Firstly, I mention you in our vision and mission in this case. Mission is expression service for an expression community, and the vision is provide to world-class municipal service through operational. Thank you. Operational excellence and a culture of innovations regarding. The second one is business type. In here we identify full service municipal corporation operating under home rule council manager for a government. The third one is product services. In here we identify there are several items regarding neighborhood, livability, recreation, economic health, environmental health, high performing government, safe community and transportation regarding. In the fourth one is competitors. We identify 3 competitors in here. Greeley, Longmount and Loveland. Other one is principal customers in here, especially residents, citizens and businesses, we mentioned that. Other one is employees, high qualified individuals are employees in this case. After that, facilities functions. In here, community infrastructure, community facilities, general government and facilities we identified. The other one is strategic intent next step. In here, we identify several values and engagement, performance, empowerment, leadership, development, technology and financial planning, transportation, regulatory environment, Environment Protection Agency, Federal Agency Regulatory Commission, Federal Emergency Management and Agency. Other one is market, city and surrounding area in here identify. Marketing strategies are there are several for sales and logistical revenue, business development and qualified workers. Other one is customer requirements. In here we identified high quality, reliable services, community, amenities, accuracy, responsiveness and transparency. Management is leadership and governance, strategic planning, workforce management, employee engagement, learning and development, knowledge and information management, data system, best practice sharing, organization, learning. The suppliers are Plate River Power Authority, Fuel, Hill Petroleum. Finally, the results is increased revenue and customer satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 1. That was great in the amount of time you had. So what was the biggest learning that you had from this exercise?
We always we talk with others and each others, so all give their ideas, and after that we fulfill this fishbone format.
Okay, and about this particular exercise, what new learnings did you get?
In here we identify this, especially we think about our time management.
Okay.
It's a very, very important. And after that, we identify what are the key points.
Okay.
After that, we feel.
Thank you. And Dr. Robin would like to say something?
No, I mean, I think this is very challenging to work within such time constraints. And so I think you've done a wonderful job in illustrating many of what would be the key success factors for that particular organisation. So just going through that exercise will make it more obvious to all of your team what's important for City Collins municipality. I think with more time, you can refine that list, because it's quite a long list, it's quite a big list. So over time, if you had a bit more time, you'd refine that and be able to prioritise some of these that you have. So you probably could go through each of those lists and say which one of these, for each fish bone, for each bone of the fish, is the most important. So it'll then get you to be a bit more specific when you start going through the application. But very well done indeed. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for Group 1.
Thank you very much.
Now we can have, okay, we do appreciate that everybody is really enthusiastic and submitting their presentations, but we would appreciate if some other group who has not presented in the previous session, they come up and present. So we'll have Group 12.
Have Group 12 presented before? I don't think so. Group 12, where's Group 12? Yes, Group 12. Big round of applause, big welcome for Group 12. They're so enthusiastic, it's incredible.
Okay, welcome, all the best. Will be speaking.
It's okay then, thank you so much for giving us the chance. Actually then when we were going through the book which was given to us, actually we also went through the AI and we found a lot of things, but finally we just decided to go through manual, right? Then after we have found the things like this, when we go for the vision and mission, exceptional service for an exceptional community, business type, municipal corporation, as our resource people advised us, we were striving our level best to find some 2-3 factors as they have advised us. And the next. Next, regulated environment, federal state government, and then customer requirement, residents and businesses, management, home rule government management, suppliers, governmental, private and non-profit agencies. Yeah, that's all. So, yeah.
And that's the end? No, okay.
Yeah.
Was there another page or not?
Sorry?
No, that's it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, actually, those are the things what we have found through our team. Thank you so much for being with us.
Okay, so again, this is a good learning experience, and this is the reason why we're doing this. We can see here this team needed a bit more time, but you would have learned from the previous example of how they designed their fishbone diagram. But this is a very good first step, so well done.
Yeah.
But maybe in your team later on today, you could actually put all this information into a fishbone diagram. Okay?
Yeah.
You can work on, rework on it again.
You can work on this. Any comments from your team members at all? No? Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
As we had said, Your fishbone does not need to be perfect, so well done on your attempt.
Catch another one with that. Let's check the budget. Have we done teammate, isn't it?
Yeah, teammate.
You want to,
Yeah.
you want to ask them?
Teammate, will you come forward, please?
Okay, can we welcome them to the stage? Come on, teammate.
Please clap for them. No, we'll use this only. Yeah, you can operate from here.
Good afternoon. Our team consists of 8 members, and we identified there are 8 factors, which is focus to result. According to the response analysis, we identified the result. Final result was customer focused production and process result, and second one is safety and emergency preparedness. Third one is customer focused result. Fourth one is workforce result. Sixth one is leadership and governance results. Seventh one is financial and marketing results. We have identified 12 factors. First one is vision and mission. Second one is business type, that's field service, municipal, corporation operating under a home rule council management form of government. And when we consider production service, utility service management, such as waste management, water, energy, and infrastructure development. Component, we identify 3 large municipalities in the region. We have already mentioned their names here. And also, principal customers was the resident and are being the residents and businesses. Employees, we have identified regular, seasonal, and contractual people who hired to provide service for the municipality area. Facilities and functions, community infrastructure, road, utilities, parks, retails, and everything is mentioned in there. And also suppliers, other governmental, private, and non-government profit agencies we have identified. Regarding strategies and intent, 7-step strategic planning process of issues identified. And regulatory environment, federal and state governments. Market strategy, customer focus, economic health, and customer engagement. Under the management, we have identified city manager representatives, 8 members executive, 27 citizen advisory boards, and commission of citizens. Customer requirement, high quality, reliable service, community amenities, accuracy, responsive, and transparency. Those factors are lead to the result of this institution based on the given application form they filled up. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 12. 8, yeah, 8. Thank you so much. It was a very intensive exercise in the amount of time that you had. Congratulations, and looking forward to your next performance in the next presentation.
Thank you. Our team.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we'll move to the next session. From
Yeah, fine.
9, right?
Key themes, that one.
So we'll move to the next session, 8, independent review, and Mr. Atif will be conducting it, so looking forward to it. Enjoy the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Almas and team. I think you did really well. So now you understand why understanding organizational profile is important. If you don't understand the organization that you are going to assess, it's very difficult to provide your feedback as you move forward. So it's very, very important that you understand organization that you are assessing, in which environment they operate, what they really want to achieve, what are their challenges, what are their strengths. So this is very important. So glad that you understood. We had a very, 1 hour, 2 hours to do this complicated exercise, but you did really well. But the message is that when you go for your actual assessment, apply this. Start your independent review with organizational profile. This is very important. This is the takeaway. Now we move forward to the next step. So now you know key factors, you see, is coming from organizational profile. Now we are discussing another key aspect of assessment process, which called key themes. So from key themes perspective is that when you start reading your application, you identified what are the key themes emerging from the application. And what are the key themes? Key themes are basically is perception or observation that you observe when you're assessing or reading the application. What are the key things coming across which are common across the application? And this is basically what we want to, why we want to do is to communicate a significant observation made by the examiner team to the senior application CDL leadership team. So whatever you observe as a key theme goes into the executive summary of your feedback report. And you understand why executive summary is important, because the leadership team of the organization that you are assessing, they don't have time to read the entire feedback report that you're going to submit. They usually read your executive summary and they understand what are the key strengths or opportunity for improvement highlighted by you. So you, as an assessor, is very important you understand what are the key themes that you see in the application form, and then you put it properly so that you can write effective feedback report. So for that, so these are the key questions that can help you to identify a key theme. So you can identify what are the most important strengths or outstanding practices of potential value of the organization. So does it indicate potential best practice? So what is the one thing that is coming out very clearly? For example, you see when you're reading the application form, you identify that the value, say, vision of the organization say that they want to be the best in customer perception, for example. But when you start reading that application form, you find that actually their focus is towards that approach. They have very strong complaint management system. When they receive complaint, they identify complaint, they have a mechanism to work on those complaints. Whatever feedback that they get their customer, they actually incorporate in their strategic planning process. So you see that there is a strong focus coming out on the complaint management process or complaint, and you recognize that key theme in your feedback report. So when leadership team is reading your executive summary or your feedback report, they find, yes, this is something that we must continue because this is one of our strengths. And similarly, you identify something which is not working, and they are saying that, yes, customer are king, they are very important for us, but you don't see any process when you're evaluating categories 1 to 6 in terms of processes, or specifically category 3, which talk about customer only. You don't see anything coming out there, and you see that lack of customer focus in the entire application form. Then you report it in the application form so that you can see that this is the key theme that identify, and this become an opportunity for improvement. Then you can identify what are the key most important significant opportunities, concern, or vulnerabilities that you identified. You have now understand what is key factors. So considering company's key factors, what are the most important or significant strengths or opportunity identified throughout the application and from the processes and the result categories? What are the core values of Baldrige that is coming out very strongly in terms of that application form? I'm sure you remember those 11 key values. that Dr. Robin shared with you at the start of the session. So the important thing is that when you're reading the application, you identify what is so important and how you're going to do that. So you all know that we have category 7, there are 7 categories in Baldrige. 1 to 6 talk about processes, and then category 7 talk about results. So when you are finding your key themes, you identify that what are the most significant cross-cutting process strength that you see. What are the OFI that you see out of the process categories? Similarly, what are the most important, theme coming out from process in terms of strength and opportunities for improvement? So the most important thing that you have that deliberation when you're reading the organization submission, that you will intentionally be identifying the key themes that are emerging, and then you're reporting them. So again, this is some suggestion from our side that, whenever you're writing, you write, synthesis of whatever you're finding. Don't try to put everything there. It should be a thematic that this is what you found. You should write in fully, because if you're putting in very brief bullet points, no one will understand. Especially your senior leadership wants some more details so that they can actually act on it. And I think the last very important, that not providing well thought out key themes keep leaders from knowing what you think as an examiner. So this is very important that when you're writing your key themes or reporting your key themes, it should be in that language that your leadership team of that organization that you're assessing can actually have some actions around that. Because in actual world, what happens when they receive a feedback report from the assessors, they use that feedback in their strategic planning process. So your efforts actually help organizations to improve their performance. And for that, you need to write clearly what you're saying. So key themes is very important, because that goes into the executive summary of your feedback report and help organizations to improve their performance. So this is what we discussed about key themes. So now, after our lunch, we had key factors. So you know what key factors are. Key factors comes from where organization profile, and then we have key themes that comes from the entire application, and then you put into the executive summary of your feedback report. With that, we will move to another key aspect or a key process of independent review, which is identifying strengths and opportunities for improvement. So again, as I said earlier, we had process categories from 1 to 6, and then we have a result category, which is category 7. So we will discuss each and every component separately, that how to evaluate processes, and then we'll discuss strengths. Can you hear me? Yep. So you remember the 11 steps that we agreed? Now we are discussing the step number 6, which is identifying strength and opportunities for improvement. For processes, we have processes 1 to 6. So we are discussing about categories 1 to 6 on how to write or how to identify. For that, it's very important that when you are identifying strengths and opportunities with objectivity, and how you are actually writing those comments. So in this section, we will discuss that how you identify, and then how to report those strengths and opportunities for improvement. And you can see you already have access to Baldrige criteria now, so you can see that the first table, which is this one, is basically talk about criteria questions for 3.1. And this left side, you will find that, what are these scoring range for each category. So as a process, as an assessor, when you assess application, and we'll tell you what tool you're going to use and what approach you are going to use, you actually provide some rating or percentages to each and every category that you're going to review. So with that, so there are two evaluation dimension of evaluating application form or assessment application that you have. So for
category 1 to 6, which are processes, the approach that we use, we call it ADLI. And this is ADLI, approach, deployment, learning, and integration. This is again is very systematic approach to evaluate process categories using ADLI approach. So we'll call it ADLI, and we will discuss in detail. Similarly, when we are assessing result category, which is category 7, and in your case is category 6, we will apply using level, trends, comparison, and integration. So this combines together, give you very strong structured approach to assess the application that you're evaluating. And you remember at the start of the day, we said that the problem that each and every assessment entities face is how to avoid subjectivity in your assessment. So this tool allows you to follow the structured approach and then give a score to the organization based on your, this tool that we are going to share with you. Yeah, so as I said, processes are evaluated using ADLI, which is approach, deployment, learning, and integration, to determine how methods are designed, applied, improved, and aligned across categories 1 to 6. So from that perspective, we also need to understand what processes are, and then we'll go into detail that what is approach, deployment, learning, and integration to do with approach, with those processes. So process is something which refers to method the organization use and improve to address the item question in categories 1 through 6. So they are, if you remember the criteria, start from leadership, goes up to customer, workforce, and then results at the end. So what is approach? Approach refers to the method. So this is the first A, ADLI, approach. Approach refers to the methods an organization use to carry out processes, how appropriate, effective, reliable, and systematic those methods are, and whether they can be repeated. And I will show you how you are going to do that. Deployment is, so approach is, for example, how they manage customer complaints. There's a process behind that, yeah. Then the next step is deployment, that how they deploy. Deployment refers to how widely and consistently an approach is applied across relevant areas of organization and whether it is executed by all appropriate work unit or not. And again, this is very important. When deployment is not deep and broad, it means that organization will not going to benefit of that process that they implemented. Then the other important part is learning. Learning refers to the refining approaches through evaluation and improvement. So what is the process in place and how those approaches are actually being improved through continuous learning, method or mindset in the organization. This is also very important. And then integration comes to that, how it's integrated to the organization-wide. The definition says that how well approaches are aligned and with the organization needs and harmonize across processes, work units, and results. So I think the common theme that you see in ADLI is what the assessment approach is trying to say, that how we can ensure that, or how we can evaluate that process categories are actually well deployed. There's a learning, a capability of that process that is improving continuously from best practices or benchmarking, and how well integrated it is from across the organization. So this is very, very important, that how we are going to see that process categories are being deployed and improve. And we will show you in detail that how this works for each evaluation method. So approach, now how this approach, ADLI model will help you as an assessor. This is again very, very important. So ADLI approach, when we talk about A, helps assessor determine whether the methods an organization use are appropriate, effective, systematic, and suitable for addressing the criteria questions. You have that criteria, you can, I would suggest that you start reading criteria category 3.1 maybe. Just see what 3.2, that will give you some works, some homework to read after this worksheet, and then we'll discuss in detail tomorrow. So you can see that how it works in action. So when we sit, and in business excellence frameworks, you will hear this word systematic. So what systematic is? Systematic says that well-ordered, repeated, and exhibiting the use of reliable data and information so that the learning is possible. And the example that I give you, for example, customer complaint. So customer complaint is there, but customer complaint is there, and then customer complaint management process is there. So the important part is that, yes, you're getting customer feedback, which is important. How you're improving your product services out as in the outcome of complaint that you're receiving. So how systematic your approach is, how systematic your processes is, so that you can continuously improving and using that data that you have. Then how effective is that? For example, organization need is actually going towards that, and how approach is helping organization to bring that effectiveness in the system. Example question that you may ask when you go for your assessment, that do you have beginning of an approach such as managing complaints, yes or no? Do you have an effective systematic approach? And these questions you will see from the criteria. The objective of those questions is that we can evaluate that is the approach at basic, or is multiple, or is actually systematic across the organization or not. And we'll show you how this works. So for example, when we say, let's start from the first one, which is the basic one, is anecdotal means very basic approach. Yes, we have customer complaint management process. Okay, yeah, you have that, but how effectively you are using it. When we see that, yes, something is working, then we say there's a beginning approach is that, yes, something is happening around those approaches. The organization is doing something. And then we give a scoring from 10 to 25%. And if it's systematic and effective, it means that it's actually achieving more than 30% and beyond. And we'll tell you how this works. For example, so these are some examples that we use from some code that we receive from not so good examples. Like item 1.1. Item 1.1 is talk about leadership. So vision, mission, etc. So criteria specifically talk about that. So comment says that our senior leadership team, SL senior leadership team, create an environment for success by focusing on positive, innovative culture by promoting mission, vision, and values each day. What is missing there? Any idea? Any volunteer? What is missing in this comment? It's not showing is repeatable. It's happening. How it's happening? Yeah, it's a statement. Something is there. So if you see this, it comes somewhere around beginning or an anecdotal approach. Yes, something is there. 3.2 around customer. We build and manage a customer relationship through constant outreach that help bolster our mission critical activities. Yes, but how this happen? Is it repeatable or not? So it's not very clear. Item 5.1, we organize and manage our workforce by capitalizing our core competencies and reinforcing a focus on mission accomplishment. So if you read, you said, okay, yeah, something is there, but we are not finding it that how this approach are offering learnings, how these approaches are integrated into the other part of the organization. So it's very standalone, basic approaches that you're reading here. When you go this approach, for example, this is a good example. Again, 3.2, relationship management integrates the key processes of service delivery and customer engagement assessment to support our core competencies. We use policies and procedures, the how part, to build our managed relationship with those we serve. These policies and procedures are created by corporate leaders and adhered by our leadership team. The leadership team reviews and submits suggested changes to these policies and procedures each year. When I see each year, what it says, that it's repeatable, it's happening every year. When you see in this comment, you will find that they're providing how they do it. Compared to these comments, they are saying, yeah, we do something, but they're not providing detail that what is actually happening in that space. So you're finding me what is coming out from this. These comments that you're reading from this application are very basic, but if you go there, you find that they are providing good detail of what they do, and they are also providing that how they integrate this approach to the organization and how effectively and continuously they are doing it. Now we come to deployment. Deployment means, again, that how organizations deploy that approach organization-wide. So in this, as I said earlier, how broadly and deeply the approach is applied to relevant work unit throughout the organization, horizontally and vertically. What evidence is there? What evidence is presented that approach is used in one, some, or all work-related thing? Again, if I go to example question, you may ask, are you using the approach such as complaint management? Is your approach applied consistently across all relevant units, levels, functions, or it is used limited to certain department or locations? So the questions are there. And then you can find, how the deployment is being done. If I ask, for example, I gave you this example before as well. Complaint management. Complaint management is a very important process, and it gives you insight what customer is thinking, what are the pain point of customer. So if you are not using that information that is there, and you're not deploying that learning that you have, so actually you're missing the point. So this is the potential OFE for organization that you're assessing for, that you can tell that, yeah, there's something is there, but something can be improved using that data. Yeah. Then we go for learning, for example. So how the approach has been refined through the fact-based cycles of evaluation and improvement. Is there any evidence of organizational learning? For example, evidence that learning is achieved through research and development, evaluation and improvement cycle, ideas and input from workforce and stakeholders, and sharing best practices and benchmarking. So again, the important part of learning is that as an assessor, we see that if the approach is mature, it means that there's a cycle of learning is there. In previous example, good example that I shared with you, it says cycles, we do it every year. So this is a repeatable exercise that is happening. And repetition means that this is actually, with the passage of time, that strategic planning process is getting mature. In this example, for example, how to evaluate to know if the complaint management process is working? What do you do that? Have you ever improved? If so, why and how? Yes, we have a complaint management process or system in place. We implemented in 2012. We are in 2025. So how often you actually review your complaint management process so that this is aligned? What is the process? How often you review your complaint management system? And then learning means that whatever results you are getting, where those findings going, are you using that information that is coming from complaint to improve your processes, improve your products or services? If that connection is not there, it means that the approach is not mature. And by the way, the assessment process, as an assessor, what you achieve, you actually find out the maturity of an organization in terms of excellence. So ADLI actually help you to evaluate organization maturity by asking certain questions and evaluating through ADLI approach. Then integration is again is important. That what is the alignment of your approach? So you have approach. How well is the approach aligned with the organization need? The applicant has identified. In organization profile, you just did this exercise. You are saying that our focus is customer satisfaction, for example. But you don't see that organization is working on, again my favorite, complaint management process. Because if customer is important, then definitely you will have very good focus on complaint management process, and you will show that how complaint management process help you to improve your product or services. So that's why if you see the last question that I put it there, that do you have trend of complaint in your real strategic planning process? That how you use those trends to actually in your strategic planning process, which is very important. And that's why the model provide you that holistic approach is talk about the 6 key processes together and integrate with the results. So when we talk about that, yes, I got something from category 3, which is customer related, but that category 3 finding will help you to improve your strategic planning process. Through strategic planning process, you improve that work process. So this is how the integration works, and this is again is very important from assessor point of view, that you actually identify that approach is there, yes, how effectively it is deployed, question number 2. Then you will find out that is it learning, is there any evidence of learning out of this exercise, that organization is learning from their experience as they are getting mature. If they are learning, then are they actually implementing that learning into integrating that approach across the organization? So this is very, very important tool that you will use as you progress in your assessment journey. So process scoring guidelines. So if you see that, again, you have that criteria with you, I would suggest if you could open your page number, I don't have the page number, but 3.1, for example. So you will find that list of questions. So I will start, for example, always remember basic, overall, and multiple. So if you're going deeper, it means that you're showing maturity of an organization in terms of that specific category. So how do you listen your customer and determine products and services to meet their needs? This is basic thing, isn't it? So for example, focus on fundamental entry-level questions. So that is there. Seek evidence of whether this organization has a systematic, so I'm talking about here, has a systematic approach to address specific area. Yes. So criteria is asking you, organization, that just show that you have something to listen to your customer. But when we go deeper, we say that it's overall or not, when we expand the expectation to cover all customer groups, segments, or categories. Sometimes you say that, yeah, we have complaint management process, for example, but we do it for our key customers. We don't do it for our basic customer because there are many and we can't manage those complaints. And they are the main customer that we have. So no, we need to see that that complaint management process is across or not. And that actually talk about the overall aspect of process scoring guidelines. And then assessor look for breadth and consistency for the process across the organization. So again, you are not assessing human resource department or marketing department on product and services. You are assessing organization as a whole. And your finding and your feedback report will help organizations to improve as a whole. And that's why we always see that how one process talk to other processes and organization-wide improvement. So this is very, very important that you see that approach is overall or basic, and then definitely when you're getting mature, you will see that multiple approach where represent the highest level of maturity in the process categories. So workforce, and for example, you talk about employee development. So what they're doing in terms of employee development, there's a plan for individual training or development or reward and recognition. There are a lot of stuff that you will find in the categories. But the point is that how well that, how mature that process is. And maturity is driven by when you follow this scoring guidelines. And I think one thing that you will notice that whatever I'm talking about is very structured. It's not what you think or what I think. It's something that is there, and you follow that Ardley approach to evaluate or score assessing process categories, and you will reach somewhere. So objective is to reduce subjectivity in your assessment. That is very, very important. When you apply these approaches, you will become strict and you will be driven by something, and that will definitely help you as an assessor. Then from process scoring terminology perspective, I will start from here, 0 to 5. It means that, there's no systematic approach is evident. Yes, we do complaint management. Maybe we receive complaint and review monthly, for example. No, if you have a complaint management process, it should be daily. It should have an escalation process. So whatever you're doing, it should be, so if someone is saying that, yes, we have, but not providing evidence of how systematic is somewhere around 0 to 5. Similarly, if you go to 10 to 25 range, is a beginning of a systematic approach. basic criteria question, 30 to 45 effective and systematic and so on. But if you are, and these are the highly mature organization, I'm talking about like BMWs and whatever. This is a 70 to 85 range effective systematic approach responsive to the multiple criteria question. You remember that. So if organization is not providing or failing to provide answers here, it means that the approach is not multiple, is not very effective or systematic. So this is just a rubric to writing effective comments using Ardley. So for example, when you're and this is the scoring calibration guideline are very effective for you as an assessor to use this and then write effective and structured sort of comments when you're writing your feedback. So approach is the approach at the approach basic, you remember? Sorry. You remember this basic overall BOAM? So now I will tell you. So now you will learn this. Is the approach at approach basic, AB, approach overall, or approach multiple? So approach is same, but the questions are taking you into the deeper level of organizational maturity. Deployment, is there evidence of deployment such as who and when the approach occurs? So yes, complaint management is there, but how often it happens? What is the process behind it? How quickly you respond to customer complaint and feedback? Learning, what is the learning mechanism there in the organization to improve each processes as we proceed? Is there any process of, for example, benchmarking? Do you compare your complaint management benchmark with someone else? Do you see customer satisfaction, your customer satisfaction rate with someone like a world class in your category or not? So this is the learning evidence that we would like to see when we see the learning is there in the organization system and approach. And integration means that, of course, as I said, that's integrated in the organization, because as a BE practitioners, as you are, assessors, we really want to see that good approach is integrated organization-wide. Is not one. If it's not integrated, is not a mature organization in terms of process maturity. So give you some more example. And why, when we were developing these slides for you, the idea was that when you go and you read, you identify what is good and what is bad, and then how to actually improve your feedback quality or comment quality so that you can bring more objectivity in your feedback report. Poor example, for example, we communicate with staff during meeting. There's nothing wrong with it. Can someone find out what is wrong with that? It's basic. It says that yes, we communicate with the staff during meeting, which is fine, but it's not showing how mature is that. Compared to the excellent example, now you read, all staff meetings are held monthly for every shift with mandatory attendance. Follow-up learning, follow-up discussion occurs leadership team meetings to review effectiveness. You see the difference? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. See, this is what we are trying to see, that when you read the good and very good comment, you can actually pick those things and you identify that Ardley is there or not, maturity is there or not. We make changes based on customer service, which is good. There's nothing wrong in that, but it's not saying something. So read this. We track survey response rates quarterly. It's not that like we are only doing it. How often we do that? We do it quarterly. When a declining trend was identified, we shortened the survey to improve participation. So there's an action something. We learn something, we improve. And that is the main component of this. Similarly, we improve processes when issues are identified. We use data to improve operation. Nothing is wrong in that, but they are very basic ones. And look at this, based on monthly turnover analysis, we extend new employee orientation from 1 to 2 days, resulting in improved retention. So, and in this last comment, you can find the component of learning based on monthly turnover. So they got the data, they learn something, and then they improve. So when you're reading poor examples, for example, so your comment will be like, how to improve. But when you're reading this, you can see that the organization is already improved and mature. So when you're writing comments, definitely we'll talk about offline that how you write what is the existing process look like. But This is very important that when you're writing your comments, you should know what you're doing. Each and every word that you write has its value. So we suggest that you apply some basic structure there, and that will improve. So what is the purpose of your comment? Is basis of your score, communication with other examiner, preparation for science visits, basis for most important product or for award-winning application and feedback. Please remember that your applicant is the ultimate customer of the comments you write. So whenever you're writing, think about it. And if you're following our presentation since morning, we suggested that you read organization profile. Why is that? Because that will help you to understand customer, your customer, which is your applicant. So when you are using that key factors, you're actually writing your feedback which is very relevant to them, and then you can find out what is relevant to them. Similarly, key themes, for example, when you're finding key themes and then you're actually writing in their language, so they will understand what you're saying. So that's why it's very important that you remember that who is your customer is. Some comments, some guidelines that, so when you're writing your comments, don't write too much. Usually 5 to 8 comments are more than enough. When you're writing your comments, it should be relevant. You understand the basic objectives. Don't deviate when you're writing feedback around customers, category 3, for example. Be specific to categories. You don't go category 1 or 2. Yes, you can relate, but most ideally you should be focusing on requirement of the criteria. So for example, example 3.2, applicant is a service business. Applicant does not appear to consider, customer dissatisfaction indicators such as refunds, whatever. So try to understand customer and then write accordingly. Use clear, simple, grammatically correct, complete sentences. I understand that you have both local language and English feedback, or is only local language? Only local. So whenever you're writing in whatever language, write in a way that your applicant can understand what you're saying, what you're suggesting, because that is their opportunity to learn from your feedback and improve their performance. Yeah. And one important thing is that when you're writing your comment, all this help, plus, minus, to say that, for example, is one strength, one plus. If you see the very strong comment or feedback or a finding, you add 3 comments, so there's a very strong comment that you are putting there so that you can follow your thinking. Use polite, professional, and positive tone, which is very, very important. I'm not going to go into detail, you know that. Use application terminology. Again, when you're writing, don't repeat what is in the application, because customer applicant knows, they put a lot of effort in writing that application. So if you're repeating that application, again, their language again and again, you're not adding any value. So you should use their language, but add your perspective while providing feedback so that your applicant can get value out of your exercise. Because when I was doing my research, one of the important component that emerged, that people said the award process is so complicated, requires a lot of efforts. So what organizations are looking for, they're looking for value from you. So when you are experienced, you are coming from different sectors, segments, you're providing your feedback, so provide in a way that organization can learn something of it and they improve. So the next year when they come, they showcase you that you provided something feedback last year and we implemented as your recommendation, and you can see the process has improved. And then you can be, and this is how this organizational continuous improvement cycle works. Guideline 6, again, do not judge. It's very difficult, but observe and comment. When you judge, you use a word like good, bad, effective, ineffective, inadequate. This is not the right word while you're using the feedback. And you remember the critical friend, do not use that you are bad, you are inadequate, you are doing nothing wrong. So instead you should not use word, should, would sort of stuff. Very simple, common English or whatever language you are in, you provide what is right and what can be improved and what is their strength look like. avoid criticizing the style and organization of the report. Don't say that, you have many pages, figure 5 was not clear or it should be improved. So avoid those comments that actually is not helpful for the organization. Some comments, guidelines, like for example, when you're writing, there's a not very good comment is there are only few examples of improvement of customer relationship management practices. There's one comment, one of the examiner mentioned. Better way of writing the same thing is the company has made several improvements to its customer relationship management practices to enable customer to seek information and assistance, to comment and to complain, including enhanced telecommunication and whatever. So you can see that how you can improve your writing. Provide an indication of significance of the comment. For example, only overall satisfaction results are presented. But if you can write properly, you will say that as only overall satisfaction results presented, it is difficult to assess where appropriate opportunities exist to improve customer satisfaction in the applicant key customer satisfaction mentioned in the business review. So point is that when you're writing, write in a way that whosoever is reading your comment can actually learn from it and then improve. So again, the objective is your critical friends, you are actually coached to them, you are helping them to improve their performance, not criticizing them, yeah? I think this is another example. While some 22 data are presented for customer satisfaction, no trends are present, which is okay. But how you can write it better, while some 22 data are presented for customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction, no trends are presented, making it difficult to assess improvement made or sustainability or results. And what is so different between these two comments? It's not length, it's how. If I'm saying that I didn't like your trend, I'm saying why I didn't like it. Because X, Y, Z. So you're providing very consolidated sort of comment which says it all. Customer or your applicant can understand what is happening there. If you refer figure, provide figure number. Again, the point is that you don't say anything that your applicant can't find it. You say that figure, you're not mentioning any figure and you're referring to something. It would be very difficult for applicant to find your key comment that you're making. So it's always important that you refer that which figure number, which data you're referring to on the comment that you're making. Reflect on numerical score, comment on low score items, comment on higher scoring items, and balance on stress. So the point is that whenever you're writing your comment, it should be balanced out, that you're picking some OFEs, some strength, and writing your comments accordingly. And again, when you're writing something, if you're reading application thoroughly, you understand the organization profile, you understand all the entire application. Although it's very difficult, it's easy to say, but always read somewhere you are providing opportunities for improvement. On the other side, you're saying the same thing as a strength. And it happens. So when you're doing it, do it in a way that strength looks a strength only, and they are not actually contradicting to each other. I think this is just a very quick one, that when you identify any strength that you have discovered, so one strength per idea is fine. Identify OFEs that are appropriate for level of performance, because you're evaluating excellence maturity of the applicant. The idea behind finding OFE is you are actually asking yourself, okay, what is keeping them from being to the next scoring range? So you are helping them to grow, to improve their performance. So when you're finding opportunities for improvement, you're actually telling them, your applicant, that if you improve that, next time you will improve your score and you go to next level. So that is the approach towards providing opportunity for improvement. This process, if you're following this process, Adley process that we said, they help the applicant to understand what you recognize, what they do well, their strengths, and help them to prioritize what they need to work on, which is OFEs. And that is the whole objective of assessment exercise, that we are actually helping organizations to improve their performance. We are not critique, we are not, auditors. We are actually there to help them out. This slide, and this is a good model. I did American Healthcare Association assessment last year. I was there. I'm their gold assessor. And Paul, he's very senior assessor and chief judge for ACA model from Core Values Art Partners. He developed this approach, which is very, very effective and highly recommended. That's why we put it here, that how to structure your feedback. This is very, very important. So this model is FREP, F-R-E-P. So FREP is show your finding, then reference which category you're talking about, evidence why you're saying that, which figure, which area of the application you found that, and the potential impact. So if you're following that potential impact is important, that you're telling with your comment that if you do this well, you would actually improve your performance going forward. And that is the whole purpose of this exercise. So this is and you have this slide with you. So when you're writing your comment, just go through this model. This is very detailed. We are not discussing in detail, but remember FREP. FREP is very, very important, and I will show you how this helps. So for example, this is one comment. And now you see that how FREP helped an assessor to put that comment together. So finding is, so you can see the finding is, and this is one comment, but we divide it into four components as per FREP. So finding is, the application has a systematic approach to collect and analyze data and to develop information for use in a strategic planning process with evident cycle of evaluation improvement. Approach, overall, and learning. This is what they found. The reference is, they're referencing item 2.A2, which is strategy consideration, where they said, so you're not supposed to put FREP on the side of your comment, but you're writing comment in a way that shows evidence. The first three steps of strategic planning process involves data collection and analysis as well as an environmental scan. It is in an improvement implementation in 22, that is the evidence. The board of trustees and leaders reach out to areas organization to gain additional community data. So you see that you identify the finding, you put the reference, and you put the evidence, and now the most important part comes, which says the potential impact. This may help. This is very, very important for you guys. When you're writing this may help the applicant increase their connectivity in rural and disadvantaged urban areas and its strategic opportunity. So this, if you see this, the way this comment is ending is actually highlighting a strategic opportunity for the applicant. So if applicant use this comment in their strategic planning process and improve, it means that they are going to leverage on some data and improve their performance going forward. So that is done. So should we continue?
Yes, we need to continue, finish. This will take 5 minutes maybe, and then we go.
Slide, okay. Okay, then session 10, which is now how we will assess and score the maturity of the applicant process. Any questions so far? Any question? No question? Okay. Okay, so assess and score the maturity of the application process. For step 6, we introduce you the scoring guidelines. You remember that? And now for step 7, you will now score the applicant based on their identified strengths and opportunities for improvement. So now from last 3-4 steps, you reach to where level where now you're ready to score the applicant. And to reach to that level, you applied very practical lens, very structured lens in terms of ADLI. So now we are seeing that. So I'm not going to detail, you know that this is the rating, and I will see how it's going to help you in this. Just to repeat that this is what we did, that if you are reviewing the approach or process, you are trying to find out that is it basic, overall, or multiple. And this is actually show you that how mature organizational processes are. Yeah? So when you are, this is again very structured. So we had 5 now. This is the 7 steps in scoring an item. When I say item, mean that category item that you are assigned to. So again, review the criteria requirement and all comments. Weight the importance of for the strength and OFEs. Read the scoring range. This is the scoring range. This is the scoring range, and you have that with you in your document. Read the scoring range, description of the scoring guidelines, select the scoring range, and this is critical. When you see basic approach, where you're going to put that, what score you will give? Maybe 0 to 5 or 10 to 25, yeah? Select the scoring range, you did. Then read range description. And again, I will go back. Sorry, I'm going back and again. This is important. This is each and every range has its own description. So you're reading that goes well with what you're going to put it there or not. Yeah? And then verify the balance and substance of strength and OFEs correspond to score and record the score. So you identified with applying Ardley approach. You saw the maturity, you identified it's a basic approach, it's overall or multiple, and based on that, you use that scoring guideline that we gave you from Baldrige. With that thing, you actually score them. So now you can see that providing very subjective scoring to very structured and evidence-based scoring model that you're going to apply. So this is important, that this is where we are actually, record the score and provide feedback to the customer. And with this, now we are on to our next. Am I doing good in terms of timing? Good.
So this is what everybody will do for homework. So if you want to go through it.
Yeah. So, so training is not yet over. So when you go home, continue with your notes, because we will start our day tomorrow with a quiz and some homework. So what is going to happen? So you have we gave you the Fort Collins application form, and what you're going to do is read through the application and each assessor to review and assign category, which is 3.2, Robin?
It's category 3, the whole of category 3.
So the category 3, you will read through the category 3 in the application. You want some clarification on that? You all have City of Collinford application? You all have?
Yep. You've all got obviously the electronic application.
This one?
Yeah.
You all have, yeah?
We think this is actually homework for you tonight. I'm sorry you've been given homework, but we are limited in time. And this is to make sure that we have a very, very productive day tomorrow. So what we'd like you to do in your own time tonight, or it could be getting up early tomorrow morning before we start, we'd like you to independently, that means on your own. Can we have quiet, please? So we want everybody here on their own to review category 3 from the award application for the City of Fort Collins. So we want you to assess what they've written for category 3, which is on customers. And we want you for each, there's 2 items for category 3. There's category 3.1 and 3.2. So for category 3, there's 2 items, 3.1 and 3.2. And we want you to write at least 3 strengths per item. So it's category 3.1 and 3.2. So that means at least 6 strengths with at least 3 per item. Similarly, you do the same for opportunities for improvement. Therefore, for 3.1, write at least 3 opportunities for improvement, and at least 3 opportunities for improvement for category 3.2. So in essence, all we're asking you to do is write 6 comments in total, okay, over tonight or early tomorrow morning. So that's the minimum amount of work, is to write 6 comments in total with 3 strengths for 3.1, 3 strengths for 3.2, 3 opportunities for 3.1 and 3 opportunities for 3.2. So that's, yeah. That's 6 strengths per item, 6 opportunities for improvement, 6 strengths per category, in total, and 6 opportunities for improvement per category. So that's 12 in total. 12, sorry. Yeah, 12 altogether. I hope that made sense. I'm getting lost, I'm getting tired as well. Then, step 3, we want you to score the applicant for 3.1 and 3.2 using the Baldridge scoring guidelines for the process category. So again, you've got the Baldridge criteria. Have a look at the Baldridge process scoring guidelines. We've already shown them, so it's very small writing here. But this is the Baldridge process guidelines, where you can score process categories 1 to 6. So you'll write comments, you'll write strengths, and you'll score both 3.1 and 3.2. And you'll use this template to write the strengths. So you've got a template here for 3.1, where you can write strengths and opportunities for improvement. And in the top right-hand corner, you can write the score that you'd give them for category 3.1. And similarly, for 3.2, again, you'd write the strengths and opportunities for improvement and write the score there. So in fact, if I can have your attention, please. In fact, it should be a very simple process for you tonight. All you're doing is completing these 2 slides, one for 3.1 and one for 3.2. Does that make sense? So you're completing 3.1, it says 3.1 at the top, and for 3.2. So you're completing 2 slides tonight or by early morning, working on your own. This is an independent review, so you work on your own. And then tomorrow morning, when you arrive tomorrow morning, we'll ask you to go through a consensus to share your independent comments and independent scores with the rest of your team to reach a consensus point of view. So if you don't do your own work, you're letting your team down. So please, team leaders, make sure that your team members know what they're supposed to do before you leave tonight. So myself, Atif and Elmas are here. So team leaders, before you leave tonight, make sure your team know what they need to do. Because if they don't know what to do, you're going to struggle tomorrow when we have the team consensus meeting tomorrow morning. Okay? So with that, we're going to end the session today. We really appreciate your assistance. But we're going to stay here for the next 10 or 15 minutes in case you need clarification on anything we've shared. And you're open to discuss this as well with your team members, obviously. Is that clear? So thank you so much indeed. It's been a pleasure working with you. I've really enjoyed it, and we'll see each other bright and early tomorrow morning. So the start time is, let's have a look at the agenda again. What time's the start time tomorrow? 9. Yeah, so please make sure you're here by 9 o'clock in the morning at the very latest. So yeah, you can come here 8:30 or earlier. You could arrange, your team leader might even say to you, we want to come here a little bit early just to make sure that you've all done your work. So that when we start at 9 o'clock, we can start in a professional manner and then move on straight away towards a consensus meeting.
So thank you so much indeed. We'll be around here for the next 10 or 15 minutes if you need our help. Thank you.